What is the meaning of life? That's never been an easy question to answer. So many people have tried, and so many people have failed. Mostly because this question requires us to define what quote-unquote life actually is. Thinkers like philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, Nikolai Fedorov, and Ernest Becker have all tried to define the literal meaning of life as the antithesis of death, the desire for immortality, and the will to self-preservation. But all these answers are a little too vague if you fail to answer the prior question: what actually is life? Once you have figured out what life actually is, only then can you begin to discern its meaning. Another philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, tried to define life as the will to power, which can actually be more easily translated to self-overcoming, the mechanism by which all life on this planet constantly tries to overcome its limitations. One example being man itself, and Nietzsche believed that it could one day lead us to become the enlightened Overman. As he writes in Thus Spake Zarathustra, "I teach you the Übermensch. Man is something that must be overcome." It's an interesting idea, but what is it about the nature of life that makes it want to improve itself? Perhaps the clearest place to get the answer would be biology, the scientific study of life. It all began with Charles Darwin and his idea that organism populations tend to change over time, as well as Gregor Mendel's idea that organisms inherit physical traits from their parents. However, Darwin, Mendel, and Nietzsche were essentially just firing shots in the dark, since none of them actually knew about DNA or the biomolecular nature of self-overcoming. This brings us to another important biologist, Julian Huxley, who would bring all their ideas together and give us a very interesting answer. The nature of life is to transcend itself. In relation to this idea of self-overcoming, Julian Huxley would give us the first concrete scientific understanding of what quote-unquote life even is, beginning with his work, Evolution, the Modern Synthesis. Huxley's ultimate synthesis essentially integrated Charles Darwin's theory of evolution with Gregor Mendel's theory of genetics into a grand unified theory of biology called Neo-Darwinism. It was really the first time in history where we could finally derive a more concrete definition of what the word life meant and how we should use it. A kind of theory of everything for biology, using genes as the currency of life. However, to the masses, Julian is actually most well known as being the brother of Aldous Huxley, the author of Brave New World, and his grandfather was the famous biologist Thomas Huxley, nicknamed Darwin's Bulldog, because of how vehemently he helped get Darwin's ideas into the mainstream. But perhaps Julian should be known for discovering another interesting idea, a concept called transhumanism. Transhumanism, an offshoot of Neo-Darwinian theory, suggests that the nature of life is to overcome itself, which would again radically alter our notion of what the word life actually means. The very notion that an evolutionary program could one day be able to reprogram its own programming. Transhumanism could also help clarify what Schopenhauer meant by the will to life, as well as what Nietzsche meant by the will to power, in a scientific context. In his 1957 essay entitled Transhumanism, Huxley would be the first to coin the term, believing that the humans of tomorrow will be virtually unrecognizable to the humans of today. He describes how human activity itself could eventually bring about its own transformation. Quote, "I believe in transhumanism. Once there are enough people who can truly say that, then our species will be on the threshold of a new kind of existence." It's all about the Neo-Darwinian idea that evolution itself can reach deep into itself and tweak its own compositions. If evolution is centered around the acceleration of complexity in an organism, then transhumanism is that which accelerates this acceleration. We humans are the only species that seeks to change who we are, and if you think about it, no other species really does that. Ever since Huxley published his Modern Synthesis, it has become increasingly plausible to view the current version of humanity not as the endpoint of evolution, but rather as just an early phase. This is despite the fact that natural selection pressure has been dying off. This is because transhumanism suggests that the nature of life itself is essentially to fight entropy, to constantly make itself more complex than it used to be, to transcend its own limitations. So now that we have a general idea about the nature of life, what is the actual meaning of life? Is it something decided by God? Or is it something that we humans can discover for ourselves? Well, Huxley actually created transhumanism as an extension of an earlier philosophy called humanism. The notion that a rise in secular thinking has come to put humanity in charge of its own destiny and values, a phenomenon Nietzsche referred to as the death of God. In the present day, this very secularism has actually created a huge power vacuum in our lives, a lack of moral direction, and an empty slot for a new system of ethics. Just like Nietzsche, Huxley spent his whole life trying to find an answer to the rise of secularism, seeing transhumanism as one possible solution, with neo-Darwinism as the intellectual basis for a new system of government. Quote, "Many people assert that the abandonment of God means the abandonment of all moral sanctions. This is simply not true. Once our relief at jettisoning an outdated piece of ideological furniture is over, we must construct something new to take its place." Following in the footsteps of his grandfather, Thomas Huxley, Julian gave a series of lectures on the possible connection between evolution and ethics. In Religion Without Revelation, he wrote, "The human species can, if it wishes, transcend itself. We need a name for this new belief. Perhaps transhumanism will serve." For us today, this belief also includes transcending the limits of suffering, and of course, the limits of aging. Some thinkers are convinced that transhumanism could be the most spiritually polarizing movement since the dawn of the Abrahamic religions 2,000 years ago, serving as a brand new placeholder for the religious promise of eternal life. But perhaps this time it'll be through technology and scientific discovery. Transhumanism is slowly filling the cultural power vacuum left behind by religion, serving as a successor to the Christian narrative of the afterlife. It also has an unprecedented potential to be politically polarizing, because as past religious wars have shown, once you promise people immortality, they will do anything to get it. And I mean anything. Transhumanism has now become so influential that political scientist Francis Fukuyama has come to call it, quote, "the most dangerous idea on Earth." In 1958, Julian Huxley was knighted by the Queen and received the Darwin Medal of the Royal Society, 1 year after writing the Transhumanist Manifesto, and exactly 100 years after Darwin published The Origin of Species. From then on, transhumanism started to gain gradual momentum in British intellectual society, eventually coming up with what philosopher Anders Sandberg calls the CMT. The CMT stands for the Central Meme of Transhumanism, and it follows as such. Transhumanism is the notion that we can and should improve the human condition through technology, but you could more simply sum it up in 2 words: directed evolution. In his book Evolution in Action, Huxley notes that man's development is potentially open. He has developed a new method of evolution, the transmission of organized experience by way of tradition, which overrides natural selection as the agent of change. In a way, transhumanism kind of represents a transition from evolution by natural selection to evolution by intelligent design. There's a reason we can't have both directed evolution and natural selection, because natural selection requires death and suffering in order to work, death and suffering being incompatible with transhumanist principles. So, what is the mechanism of transhumanity? How can we overcome ourselves so that we're not prone to weaknesses like aging, stupidity, or disability? According to the founder of the Extropy Institute, Huxleyan and Nietzschean philosopher Max Moore, there are 3 general areas in which transhumanists are looking to overcome their biology. The first one being cybernetics, where we will replace our biological limbs and organs with mechanical analogs. The second being genetics, with custom synthetic DNA and CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing. And of course, nanotechnology, to reprogram matter itself. First of all, we have cybernetics, the science of communications and automatic mechanical control systems in either machines or in living things. It's a tendency that evokes visions of the word cyborg. While we've already found clothes on cavemen and dental fillings in human skulls 10,000 years old, the modern conception of a cyborg is an organism that is symbiotic with technology. One example being diabetics, who are dependent on their insulin-dispensing devices. In his book, Natural Born Cyborgs, Andy Clark has given us the radical notion that we are already 10% cyborg, given things like pacemakers, RFID chips, and electronic augmentations. The holy grail of cybernetics is to take these things even further, to develop synthetic body parts that won't only be equal, but also better than the original. It could even mean the transplanting of our heads onto biomechanical bodies, robot bodies with synthetic organs, bionic senses, and prosthetic limbs. Transhumanists envision a world of cybernetics, where we'll have things like metabolism augs that control our digestion, coffee glands that secrete caffeine, and artificial hearts that can be regularly maintained. This is an idea called body hacking. It means electronic tattoos that detect external threats and track vital signs, or just sewing electrochemical sensors onto your clothing. It means entire skeletons made of durable material. In one instance, engineers have actually created a titanium ribcage, evoking futuristic visions of Wolverine's adamantium skeleton from Marvel's X-Men franchise. However, cybernetics can also technically be biological, which brings us to DNA. There's an idea in synthetic biology called de novo genesis, where instead of just changing life with DNA editing, life itself can be designed from the ground up using DNA printing. It's the promise of total genetic customizability and 100% morphological freedom. In fact, transhumanism today is simply just eugenics without the coercion, resurrecting ideas that have been taboo for 100 years, since we no longer have to sterilize anyone to improve ourselves. Murder is no longer needed when you start building gene hacking clinics everywhere. It's essentially a new era where eugenics is no longer controversial, unless of course we're bickering over what the best aesthetics are, rather than unanimously agreeing to remove cancer. However, there is actually one group that does disagree with all this, the so-called Neo-Lamarckism movement, which sprung off from misinterpretations of epigenetics research. Neo-Lamarckism opposes so-called problematic notions of gene augmentation, since they believe the environment has a way bigger impact on us than genetics. It's a line of thought that hasn't been around since the Soviet Union, which Huxley actually visited twice and was definitely not a fan, especially due to Stalin's mass murder of all Darwinists and dissenting scientists. Huxley himself wrote 2 books critical of neo-Lamarckist policy in the Soviet Union, a policy called Lysenkoism. It was started by the neo-Lamarckian Soviet political scientist Trofim Lysenko, who advocated for neo-Lamarckism not out of scientific fact, but to oppose the Darwinism subscribed to in mainland Europe. In 1940, Joseph Stalin ordered the arrest and execution of Darwinian botanical geneticist Nikolai Vavilov, which Lysenko replaced as the director of the Soviet Genetics Institute. After outlawing the artificial selection of crops, Lysenko's neo-Lamarckian agriculture tanked crop yields and led to widespread famine in the Soviet Union. It didn't end well for Lysenko though, who later ended up in a mental hospital, while Nikolai Vavilov's reputation was restored and commemorated. Huxley feared that a similar process of genetic stagnation would occur in Britain without the help of eugenics. The discovery of the DNA molecule by James Watson and Francis Crick fascinated Huxley, who eventually became president of the British Eugenics Society in 1959. Huxley seemed to have believed that the first application of transhumanism should be in genetic enhancement, repeatedly mentioning the phrase, "No one doubts the wisdom of managing the germplasm for agricultural stocks, so why not apply the same concept to human stocks?" While the neo-Darwinists see gene augmentation as utopian, and the neo-Lamarckists see gene augmentation as offensive, there's actually another technology that could unite both their perspectives. Perhaps both the internal evolution of the Darwinists and the external evolution of the Lamarckists will all be made obsolete by the emergence of nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is the transhumanist idea of creating tiny devices that will be able to enter inside all our cells and change our DNA, making both eugenics and the environment completely irrelevant. This goal has led to research on DNA nanopore sequencing, nanomaterials, nanomedicine, and graphene electroneural interfaces, or GENIs. The idea of nanomanufacturing was first hypothesized in engineer Eric K. Drexler's book, Engines of Creation, which took Huxleyan directed evolution to a whole new level: the reprogramming of all matter itself. This reprogramming extends to much more than just the molecules in our genes. In fact, it could allow us to scale down the mechanical analogs of organs to the level of individual cells, where each cell is gradually replaced by equivalent nanomachines, until our very bodies become more machine than human. Google's chief of engineering, Ray Kurzweil, has been quoted saying that anyone alive by 2045 will very likely achieve immortality, all thanks to the nanobots that won't only be flowing through our bloodstream, but also will literally become our blood. Medical nanobots that we inject into our bloodstream might also be able to locate our brain cells, replace them one by one, and then copy their functioning. If these nanites could take on the role of our neurons and beam the data to a far-off supercomputer, it would give us limitless software copies of our consciousness, from which more hardware copies can be made. This is a paradigm we call mind uploading, where you literally merge your mind with the nanobots and dissolve into a world where anything and everything can be reprogrammed. Molecular nanotechnology through mechanic synthesis could very well enable replication of almost any molecule we know of. In fact, nature has already created a machine that replicates humans called the ribosome. But the more interesting question is, what happens when we create a replicator that can replicate everything else? After all, we now understand through 3D printing how everything simply comes down to the simple components. Reality itself is merely just an arrangement of atoms. And one day, maybe it's an arrangement we might be able to control. Maybe this programmable matter can one day be programmed to build its own components, leading to unrestricted replication that could very well endanger everything we've ever built, deconstructing our world into a kind of grey goo. The chemist and Nobel laureate Richard Smalley has even debated Drexler over whether or not this grey goo is even possible at all. And even then, thinkers like Ralph Merkle respond with the so-called broadcast architecture, in which we can just force the machines to obtain replication codes from a secure server. Otherwise, they'd be hunted down by so-called police nanites. It seems pretty outlandish for tiny invisible robots to take on the role of the fairy godmother, and it's always easier to see what's possible theoretically than to realize it in practice. So accordingly, Kurzweil and Drexler might seem nuts for believing in Nano-Santa. However, if you look at the history of rocketry, many people once also thought that going to the moon was ridiculous. As Arthur C. Clarke once said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. A famous editorial in the 1920s from the New York Times had actually suggested that it was impossible to go to the moon because rockets don't have any air to push against, so they won't work. It was a serious misunderstanding back then, and we might have equally serious misunderstandings about nanotechnology right now. In the end, we can never truly know how high our limits could be. These are 3 possible pathways evolution could take once natural selection has become obsolete. And all in all, Julian Huxley's work has led to a renaissance of thinking on the way we humans relate to our bodies, as well as what life itself actually is. He helped us get a better idea of what evolution is, and how it corresponds to Nietzsche's idea of self-overcoming. Transcending our limitations is the meaning of life, in quite the literal sense, and Huxley's transhumanism encompasses this general idea of humans becoming more than human. Meaning that quote-unquote life does not only refer to the evolution of DNA, but also to economies, ideas, AI, and dare I say it, the universe itself. To quote Huxley's essay on transhumanism, as a result of 1,000 million years of evolution, the universe is becoming conscious of itself, able to understand something of its past history and its possible future. a cosmic self-awareness being realized in one tiny fragment of the universe, us human beings. After all, life is not the only thing that seeks to evolve and transcend itself. As Nietzsche noted, even the molecules and stars can also embody the principles of self-overcoming. In conclusion, evolution is simply just the process by which a system becomes more anti-entropic over time, and life is one such system, a system that creates increasing order out of chaos. And the meaning of life is to constantly overcome its limitations. Our nature is to go beyond our limited intelligence, to go beyond our limited lifespans, and ultimately, to go beyond our biology itself. I'll leave you with a final quote from Huxley. Evolution is a process of which we are not only products, but also in which we are active agents. Humans. Who are we? And what are we evolving into? How will we look like a few generations from now? And will we even recognize ourselves? After he dissected the human body 5 centuries ago, Leonardo da Vinci was the first great thinker to imagine taking man apart and rebuilding him anew from mechanical pieces. Which evokes the question, what if we really could rebuild ourselves anew? What if we could make our bodies stronger, smarter, faster, and better? What if we could redesign our entire species to escape the clutches of aging? In the modern day, people are becoming increasingly impatient with their natural aging bodies, which hold back their ever-expanding minds. Biological and medical solutions to the problem of death have proven to be futile. Every time we try to cure aging, it just ends up increasing our risk of cancer. And every time we try to cure cancer, it increases our risk of aging. We're sick of our wrinkles, our degenerating sight, our crippled legs, and our failing organs. But what if we could reverse engineer the software of biology to build a repairable body? A body that's eternally maintainable with spare parts, allowing us to cheat death forever. Bodies that are dramatically more capable than our current bodies, and also make our lives easier. Is it possible to transcend our human limits, extend our time on this earth, and to exchange this soft mortal tissue matrix for a new, immortal, metallic body? Will we become transhuman? Transhumanism, founded by the British eugenicist Julian Huxley, is defined by the shift from evolution by natural selection to evolution by intelligent design. It's the idea that we can create the human of the future today, that we can harness technological advancements to take an active role in the evolution of our species, whether it's through positive eugenics or cyborgization. Transhumanism is often mistakenly confused with transgenderism, which is still technically a subset of humanism, while in transhumanism, you won't only be able to change your gender, but also your species itself. Transhumanists aim to overcome human limitations, and many even want to become a kind of robot or technological species that directs its own evolution. Transhumanists aim to overcome human limitations by editing our genes, taking on new artificial forms, and communicating in new ways. One day, we may even be able to inhabit the body of humanoid robots, attend business meetings with avatars, or travel the world as pure information. Our technologies are extending the perimeters of our humanity and redefine what it is to be an organism. If humanism idealizes biological bodies, and posthumanism epitomizes purely digital bodies, then what will there be in between? The transhuman, or transitory human, is an intermediate state where we begin the process of merging with machines, reaching a point where the words natural and artificial become synonyms. Or better yet, lose their meaning entirely. Perhaps you've heard the saying, "There's no black and white, only shades of gray." Then you might be able to understand that if humans become more machine-like and machines become more human-like, the lines between biology and technology will start to blur. If that ever happens, we may reach a point where we will no longer be recognizable as quote-unquote humans. Now supposedly, you could apply this definition to extreme lengths. Some people argue that even a person in a wheelchair is transhumanism. And the same would apply to things like glasses and pacemakers. In fact, you could say clothes are transhumanism and they change the fabric of society. Still, let's be honest. When you think of transhumanism, you're usually thinking of cyborgs, artificial organs, or people injecting nanobots into their blood. The philosopher Max Moore defines transhumanism as a class of philosophies that accelerate the evolution of intelligent life beyond its current human form, and improve the human condition. New technologies will also have philosophical implications, as they begin to alter us on a physical, emotional, and cognitive level, to the point where we acquire traits that today could be considered supernatural abilities. It could let us become the so-called Superman, the Nietzschean Übermensch, transitory beings living on our own terms with our own moral and ethical constructs, all without the nonsensical mental impulses given to us by biological evolution. Social norms, tribal customs, and traditions that were once necessary for group survival will slowly be wiped away. You could say this transition has already begun, as we now have an unbreakable symbiotic relationship with our smartphones, cars, and industrial farms, to the point where we would not survive if those technologies were all destroyed by a solar flare, such as that of the Carrington event 200 years ago. In this sense, many humans are already transhuman, domesticated primates dependent on technology, meaning very few people on this earth would be able to survive on the wild if we ever returned there. Our technology is an extension of ourselves, and we are getting closer and closer to violating the most profound human limits, such as aging. Titanium hearts, synthetic corneas, and mechanical limbs are getting increasingly better to the point where they'll be functionally equivalent to their biological analogs. We are entering an age where the body will be seen as just another machine, with biology having no sacred distinction from any other physical or chemical process. Modern electronics can demonstrate this. In fact, electrical current flows through our neurons just as it flows through transistors. And we as humans, in the end, are nothing special. It's a thought that goes back as far as the ancient Chinese, who were the first to discover that the human body runs on electricity, potentially making us no different than the machines we are building today in terms of how repairable we will become. And just as with our machines, scientists have begun to take apart these electrical systems and reconstruct them to treat medical conditions that we once thought to be incurable. When the transhumanist movement began in the 90s, its ideas had more in common with speculative science fiction than reality. But today, using modernized Darwinian theory, the notion of human-directed intelligent evolution as something to be desired is rapidly spreading. In fact, there's a notion floating around today, mainly through David Chalmers and Marshall McLuhan, that we modern humans with our smartphone devices are already cyborgs in some sense. A profound transition from the evolutionary currency of genetics to the evolutionary currency of memetics. We are facing a future where technology no longer comprises separate lifeless tools for our minds and bodies, but a future where technology has been integrated within our very nature. A world where what is biological and what is not will be inseparably intertwined. In the end, it looks like evolution will leave the soft, squishy genetic evolution we're used to and move on to mimetic evolution, built on the idea that our bodies will become programmable and upgradable. So, with all that said, when will this ideal transhuman future happen? Well, according to engineer, physician, and entrepreneur Peter Diamandis, it's already happening as we speak. He believes that the human species is headed for a massive existential transformation, moving from simple Darwinian evolution by natural selection into accelerated evolution by intelligent direction. He argues that the notion of evolution having an endpoint is nonsensical because the three components of the process, variation, competition, and inheritance, will still continue past biology. Evolution is more of an algorithm than a biochemical process, and as long as the algorithm of evolution contains these three elements, we will continue to propagate and adapt to our environments, even if the new environment is a planet-sized computer. In an essay for Singularity Hub, he writes that we are evolving towards what he calls meta-intelligence, offering us a helpful four-step analogy from humanism to transhumanism to posthumanism, and finally to metahumanism, or singularitarianism. The evolution of life has slowly unfolded over the past 3.5 billion years, but now we're seeing exponential patterns of growth that would resemble Diamandis' model. He tries to extrapolate all this statistical data to see what will happen in the next few decades, positing that we will move from stage 1, as biological humans subject to aging, to stage 2, where we'll be transhuman cyborgs with advanced things like nanotechnology, right before stage 3, where we'll actually complete the transition to a post-human species with neurotechnology and mind uploading. Finally, the process ends with a metahumanist singularitarian future, where the difference between artificial intelligence and post-humans will disappear. First, we have stage 1, the humanist stage, where people are still doing things like trying to change their gender, splice new genes into themselves, or slow the aging process with biotechnology. According to Diamandis' analogy, the humanist era can be compared to the Archean eon over 3.5 billion years ago, where bacterial prokaryotes ruled the Earth. At this time, each life form is independent of the others, competing and sometimes collaborating to achieve temporary short-term goals. Just as bacterial evolution is limited by the exchange of plasmids, human cultural evolution is limited by the exchange of vague information fragments, and we are limited in how connected we can be. This brings us to stage 2. The transhumanist era today is comparable to eukaryotes in the Proterozoic eon 2.5 billion years ago. Eventually, we will incorporate smartphones into our brains and bodies as new organs, becoming symbiotic with technology, just as eukaryotic cells are symbiotic with their organelles. Elon Musk's new company, Neuralink, is already developing the first technology that could live in our brains and more intimately connect us with the internet. Perhaps even to the point where we could map our brains onto it entirely. This would be a period in human history where we'll not just have backups for our phones, but backups for our mind file. Why die when you could just reload from the last save point? Why even be a physical being at all? Beings of the post-humanist era will be able to take evolution into the digital realm, using BCI and mind uploading technology to scan everyone's brain to the cloud. It will create a whole new level of empathy where we can fully understand the perspective of everyone else on Earth, and maybe even merge into a single mind. He compares post-humanism to multicellular organisms in the Paleozoic era 500 million years ago, where the individual eukaryotic cells we talked about earlier become interconnected enough to form entire animals with complex systems of organization. And of course, a single brain. This is analogous to the possibility of a global hive mind, where posthumans are the neurons. After all, the only thing that differentiates posthuman beings from each other are their memories and ideas, which will eventually become downloadable and exchangeable to the point where we can all have the same knowledge. A point where we could all share and upload each other's personal experiences instantly, leading to an unprecedented age of world peace. The last stage is the metahumanist future, where the creator will become indistinguishable from the creation. At this point, artificial intelligence will become just as capable as their post-human creators, developing into a planet-sized organism. Through cloud computing, the exchange of data between mind-uploaded humans and the AI systems they create will flow seamlessly, leading to the emergence of a new global consciousness and a new organism that Diamandis calls the meta-intelligence. The precursors to this would be metahumans, entities of pure data and the informatic operations that propagate them. A world where there's no boundary between what was born and what was made. Both the AI and the mind emulations will become one, in a kind of egoless pantheism, a single consciousness that permeates our world. This last stage also suggests that we will eventually have to become a spacefaring species in order to merge ourselves with the rest of the sentient universe. he compares a spacefaring humanity crawling out of the Earth's gravity well to lungfish climbing out of the oceans 400 million years ago, finding new cosmic environments where we can continue to become even more complex. But make no mistake, Diamandis is not without his critics, especially those who hold religious views. Should we be allowed to play God, so to speak? I mean, yeah, supposedly, self-directed evolution could be somewhat criticized as playing God. But what does that even mean? Is that not something we've technically been doing for 1,000 years? Breeding livestock, farming crops, and the very act of congregating into nations or cultures is already a form of directed evolution. So where do you want to draw the line between what is and isn't playing God? If these critics are referring to the Abrahamic God, then it's not technically true, because transhumanism isn't going to make us omnipotent, omniscient, or omnipresent, implying there's no reason you can't be both a transhumanist and still be religious. Becoming all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-present like the Abrahamic God is not really something you can do inside of space and time. So the phrase, playing God, is more of a hyperbolic exaggeration. It might just simply be a natural reaction to culture shock, just as people 100 years ago would want to ban smartphones if they were offered them at that time. On the other hand, transhumanists themselves should try not to become blind shills for any technology that shows up, or worse, try to create some kind of political identity based on technological change for its own sake. After all, not all technology is created equal. It's a fair argument to say that nuclear weapons, addictive social media, and weaponized drones have done more harm to the evolution of civilizations than good. Even then, any technology is really politically neutral in its default state. It's not about the technology itself, but rather how wisely you use it. These people aren't the only danger. Just as the technology cheerleaders support the legalization of all technology, there are also groups like the anarcho-primitivists and the neo-Luddites who argue that all unnatural technology should be illegal. But this notion again brings up the blurry line between what is and isn't natural. Today, you might even say that living for 150 years is unnatural. But in the Stone Age, living to our current life expectancy of 80 years might have been considered equally as unnatural. People today who might say that a hunting rifle was unnatural might have equally protested the idea that the bow and arrow was unnatural. So how do we define what is and isn't a primitive society? For neo-Luddites, the ideal society could be anything from the Amish to hunter-gatherer civilizations that are forbidden from using fire, spears, sticks, and stones, all of which would qualify as technology. Similarly, we also have the human extinctionists, antinatalists, and radical environmentalists, many who suggest that the moment our ancestors picked up a stick to reach a fruit on a high tree was the moment it all went wrong. That even the most basic forms of technology were the beginning of our downfall. In response to these definitions, some primitivists differentiate themselves a little more clearly using the term anti-transhumanist, defined specifically by the opposition to all forms of directed evolution, which would include things like culture, social constructs, national borders, GMO farming, family planning, animal domestication, government, social power structures, markets, eugenics, and gene therapy, opposing any kind of system that seeks to subvert natural selection. All these ideas put us at a crossroads where we'll have to pick between natural selection or tinkering with Pandora's box. Humans are the first species on Earth to take control of their own evolution. And despite Diamandis' predictions, we're not quite sure how this will play out. Should we protect our natural evolution, or should we transition to intelligent design? In all fairness, I'd say natural selection has done some pretty amazing things, but it's definitely not your friend. Transhumanist philosopher David Pearce expanded on Julian Huxley's ideas, arguing that natural selection has not designed us to be happy or existentially fulfilled. It's only designed us to be good at passing on our genes. He incorporates some of his own ideas into Huxley's transhumanism, creating a new philosophy he calls abolitionism, where the goal of technology is to abolish suffering for all beings and achieve so-called super longevity, super intelligence, and super well-being. Abolitionism rejects natural selection because it often selects for suffering insofar as that suffering increases reproduction. For example, take the genes for disorders like anxiety. A being that is permanently anxious and discontented will have more motivation to watch out for predators and more motivation to reproduce. It will take more precautions to ensure that they pass on their genes, even though this process brings them suffering. Furthermore, natural selection does not work in favor of your mimetics or your happiness. It favors your genetics and the fitness of your offspring. Natural genetic evolution simply just can't catch up to our changing world fast enough, so Pierce argues that we should use genetic engineering to create happier, healthier, and longer-living humans. Passing on genes is natural selection's only objective, but humanity has changed, and we, as self-aware beings, now care about far more than that. Biologist Edward Wilson also echoes the work of Julian Huxley, claiming that we have officially decommissioned natural selection, and now we ourselves must decide what we want to become, rather than let nature decide based on what's convenient. Humans are the only hardware-driven species that has begun to define itself by its software. Biologist Richard Dawkins, the founder of mimetic evolution, calls technology our quote-unquote extended phenotype, where we design our technoculture, and then our technoculture designs us back. All of this brings us to an even more important question. Will transhumanism allow us to live forever? The sad truth is that life extension technologies will only start being developed once people actually start caring enough to end aging. As Joseph Stalin once said, the death of a single person is a tragedy, but the death of a million is a statistic. This mentality is reflected in the fact that our media ignores the 150,000 people who die from aging every day, and instead focuses on things more unlikely to kill us, such as mass shootings. However, if we do mobilize medical specialists to combat aging, it still might not be enough. Diamandis himself seems to believe that even if modern life extension technology, gene editing, and cryonic preservation technologies fail, evolutionary complexity can still spring forth from the elderly as long as they merge with machines. Cyborgization is a separate but not exclusive stream of thought from biological immortalism, and it points out that our biological anatomy has become the limiting factor for our life expectancy. We may have gene editing, lab-grown organs, and stem cells, but the reason those things will eventually fail is because life extension technologies themselves cause cancer, and in turn, the cancer treatments hinder life extension. Transhumanism is also necessary for the exploration of space. We can't exactly travel long distances in space because the radiation from the sun will damage our DNA. So again, biology is the limiting factor. The reason that you can't memorize numbers 1,000 digits long is biology. The reason that we fail to achieve empathy is biology. The reason that we can't live forever is biology. It seems to follow that we must become a transhuman species with repairable machine parts that can be kept going indefinitely. Although, the notion of immortality is also not without its critics. Is ending aging actually a good idea? At first, you might not think the idea would have any opposition. After all, life extension is just another form of end-of-life care, like pharmaceuticals, cancer treatments, or life support devices. Aren't we already using life extension technology? In fact, modern medicine itself is categorically indistinguishable from life extension technology. Vaccines and germ theory alone have doubled our life expectancy within the last century, so why not double it again with transhumanist technology? In the United States alone, over 90% of the taxpayers' healthcare costs are spent on the elderly. So wouldn't turning the elderly into immortal cyborgs be a good thing? It wouldn't be any less natural than things like, say, antibiotics. Well, humanists, ethicists, and environmentalists object to the idea, suggesting that immortality would be a disaster for overpopulation. If we were to reach our planet's carrying capacity, it could lead to a dystopian society, with things like death lotteries every time a new child is born. The institution of marriage might also take a hit if the concept of "till death do us part" becomes impossible. What will it do to families if you become attracted to your great-great-great-great-granddaughter while she babysits your grandfather's new baby brother? All of these ideas are very disturbing, but it's not like humans are strangers to radical change. Even overpopulation, at any point in history, has always been a matter of resource extraction. and the increase in the number of new mines themselves causes the increase in new technologies that extract resources. Furthermore, some ethicists even go so far as to suggest we shouldn't extend our lives because death gives life meaning. I think this also might be an exaggeration. The assertion that death gives life meaning would be ethically analogous to the assertion that we should randomly kill people so that they'd better appreciate the pleasures of life. I can understand the concept of finitude and scarcity being the building blocks of quote-unquote meaning, but transhumanists aren't really after meaning. Most of them are simply just pursuing their existential continuity. Overall, the philosophy of transhumanism has revealed a whole new kind of interplay between our species and our technology. From what we've discussed here today, transhumanism is clearly going to create new problems for every problem that it solves. And those new problems will have to be addressed as we take control of our own evolution. Because with the arrival of new technologies, ethical implications will arise in parallel as we explore the timeless question of what it means to be human. Is curing aging impossible? Aging may be a natural part of life, but that hasn't exactly stopped people from embarking on efforts to halt it. Many scientists today are very optimistic about humanity's pursuit to cure it. But are their efforts all in vain? At first glance, it does seem like we're on an ever-growing exponential trajectory towards immortality. 10,000 years ago, the average human life lasted just under 30 years. 100 years ago, that number was up to 50. And if you were born in the last few decades, your life expectancy is now 80. And that is assuming no major life extension breakthroughs happen within your lifetime. The oldest person in the world that we can actually verify is a French woman named Jeanne Calment, who lived to be 122 years old, an age that we used to think was impossible to reach. Her lifespan was so astounding that one millionaire even pledged a fortune to any scientist who could break her record. But with that said, maybe we shouldn't get too excited about Jeanne Calment's long lifespan, because there's still a lot we don't understand about the science of aging. What if 120 years is truly our biological limit? In that case, have we reached the end of the line when it comes to living longer and healthier lives? Is there a point where medicine and life extension technology provide diminishing returns? Well, there are 3 new scientific theories suggesting that that might very well be the case. Namely, the theory of programmed cell death, an evolutionary model for the human lifespan limit; the intracellular competition theory, suggesting that all multicellular organisms, not just humans, have a mathematically provable lifespan limit; and finally, the antagonistic pleiotropy theory, which presents a genetic model for how literally anything biological will inevitably age and die. First, we have the theory of programmed cell death, suggesting that aging is really just necessary evolutionary programming for complex organisms like humans to even exist in the first place. You might wonder why evolution hasn't put a stop to aging, given that evolution is all about helping organisms survive. But it's a little more complicated than that. According to Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, evolution is more of an algorithm than a process, made up of 3 main elements: competition, inheritance, and variation. The last 2 elements of this algorithm, inheritance and variation, would be removed from the equation if humans were to live forever. The end of aging would essentially mean that human genetic evolution would cease and reproduction might become obsolete. So, how does nature resist humanity's attempt to extend our lifespans? Is there an evolutionary purpose for aging and therefore dying? Would it make sense to say that evolution intentionally makes older members of a species more frail over time, so that more resources could be spent on the young? The current explanation for why evolution hasn't removed aging from the equation is the theory of programmed death, which shows that aging only seems to become a problem after middle age, when you're done having children. Perhaps this is just evolution's way of making room for the next generation. Because when you can't produce offspring anymore, it's essentially done with you and will cast you aside. If you really think about it reductionistically, the human body is really nothing more than a replicating machine for our selfish genes, a tool for genetic propagation. Dying to make room for our children is part of what makes us human. But let's just say you're ready to give up being human. Maybe you're willing to do anything to live forever, even if it means splicing in genes from other animals, like the immortal jellyfish, Turritopsis dohrnii. Or maybe becoming another species altogether. Well, even if you transcend human evolution, you still have to deal with the inevitable limits to the lifespan of all multicellular organisms. Skeptics of immortalism often bring up a well-known mathematical model for lifespan dubbed the intracellular competition theory, and it suggests that aging is not only inevitable in humans, but in every animal, even the so-called immortal animals, like Hydractinia or tardigrades. According to a new report published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, researchers at the University of Arizona claim to have proved that it's simply mathematically impossible to halt aging in multicellular organisms without them dying of cancer. In the paper, the two lead scientists, Joanna Maisel and Paul Nelson, explain that every cell in the body is tasked with two opposing missions: ensuring its own survival and supporting the organism that it's a part of. They reason that this push and pull between competition and collaboration proves that aging is simply just the price of admission to the Multicellular Organisms Club. Let me explain further. On one hand, your cells need to work together for your body to function properly. But on the other hand, those cells are still subject to natural selection individually and must compete with each other. Natural selection is about survival of the fittest, and unfortunately, it means that the fastest dividing cells, namely cancer cells, are the fittest. What this means is that competition in multicellular organisms will inevitably result in tumors, made up of cancer cells that are the quote-unquote winners of natural selection, since they've found the best way to game the system. What will inevitably do you in is cancer cells proliferating unstoppably because they are favored by evolution. But curing cancer is not a viable solution to this problem. Cures for cancer may decrease the competition of cells in the human body, but if you have too little competition, then the damaged cells will eventually accumulate and give you senescence, aka aging. So whichever fate you choose, your body will inevitably see decreasing vitality over time. In the end, all multicellular organisms will eventually have to choose one of two forms of death. You can use proposed anti-aging treatments like stem cell therapy or telomerase, but then you'll get cancer. You can also use proposed anti-cancer treatments like radiotherapy or chemotherapy, but in that case, dead, sluggish, and poorly functioning cells will accumulate and kill you. The Arizona team came to this conclusion by creating a mathematical model of cell competition within an organism, running many simulations to find the system forms a double bind. The catch-22 is that if you get rid of sluggish cells, then cancer cells will proliferate, and if you get rid of those cancer cells, then the sluggish cells will return, and vice versa. You're stuck between allowing aging cells to accumulate or allowing cancer cells to accumulate, and the cure for one of these things invalidates the cure for the other. Now, this doesn't mean that you can't radically extend your lifespan, but it does show that any animal will always have an expiration date. We can either slow down aging, or we can slow down cancer, but we can't do both. Trying to suppress either of these two major changes will only increase the prevalence of its inverse. So it turns out that aging is just an intrinsic property of being multicellular. But even if immortalists could cure both aging and cancer, aging might still be a fundamental inevitability of all life, given the so-called antagonistic pleiotropy theory of lifespan. Since aging prevents individuals from effectively propagating, it might appear to be an evolutionary contradiction at first, but it certainly seems to have its benefits. The antagonistic pleiotropy argument for lifespan states that gene mutations resulting in shorter lifespan will be passed on, but also results in more offspring being passed on too. And this is an efficient evolutionary trade-off. Let's break this down further. Pleiotropy is a phenomenon where a gene does more than one thing, controlling more than one phenotype, meaning that the same gene that makes you attractive could also make you die sooner. But it'd be more worth it, because you're more likely to reproduce if you're attractive. So basically, the massive amounts of descendants that a certain gene results in more than makes up for the fact that it gives you a shorter lifespan, and will thus be favored by evolution. This means that over time, the process of aging and decay becomes hardwired into DNA in general, not just in multicellular organisms, but also in unicellular organisms like bacteria, selecting for pro-aging mutations and making aging a fundamental inevitability of genetics. For example, one study suggests that follicle depletion in human females causes more frequent impregnation cycles, but also causes menopause. However, the gene is still selected for because of its early benefits, outweighing its long-term costs. With regard to aging, we suspect that genes regulating DNA repair might also constitute an important example of age-dependent pleiotropic genetics. As pointed out by one study, genome repair is very beneficial in your prime by eliminating DNA damage so you can reproduce. However, research of DNA repair in the brain indicates that there are evolutionary advantages for a reduction in DNA repair in the long run. It's quite simply an unfortunate genetic coincidence that post-mitotic cell division is accompanied by a reduction in DNA repair. Another study published last year by molecular geneticist Jan Wieg applied antagonistic pleiotropy theory to demographic data from the 20th century, demonstrating that the limit to human lifespan was about 115 years, no matter what kind of lifestyle we live. However, some of these studies have been criticized by the scientific community for overfitting and severe flaws in the statistical data models, so more research will be needed. But the idea has huge implications nonetheless. Overall, these three arguments against immortalism present a very depressing and defeatist conclusion. The conclusion that not just multicellular, but all life is subject to inevitable aging. It would seem to suggest that biotechnology is not enough to extend our lifespans. So, where should immortalists go from here? The solution is simple. Find a new pathway of existential preservation where the constraints of biology don't apply. In other words, if you truly want to escape aging, you will have to become non-biological. Humanist immortalism will always be limited by its anthropocentric philosophy and will need to embrace transhumanism to conquer the catch-22 of cancer and aging. Breakthroughs in augmentation, implants, prosthetics, and artificial organs are leading the charge. Embracing transhumanism will allow us to replace the very tissues and organs that have condemned our meat vessels to old age. Focus will inevitably have to shift away from biotechnology to things like nanotechnology, or to replacing every cell in our body with nanofactories one by one until senescence becomes a thing of the past. Even if you can hold it back for centuries, the inevitable decay of aging will eventually create a problem you can't fix without repairing something at the molecular level. However, don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean that we should stop developing current treatments like stem cells, genetic engineering, or anti-aging biotechnology. It just means that humanism is a dead end for technological progress, and that we will have to move our consciousness to a new mechanical medium. Humanism has overcome many obstacles, and we're grateful for that, but we've seemed to reach the end of the line when it comes to living longer lives. The only solution to the inevitable decline of biology is to abandon our biological bodies altogether and begin the slow incremental transition to artificial limbs and synthetic organisms that can be more easily maintained and upgraded. The era of man may be over, but the era of the transitory human has only just begun. Could we merge with machines, and in doing so, defeat aging? The question of curing aging is one more and more people are asking these days. But technically speaking, there was never such a thing as dying of old age to begin with. 99% of the reasons people die is because one of their important body parts breaks in such a way that it can't be replaced. The older we get, the more damaged and fragile an organ eventually becomes, beginning a chain reaction that inevitably kills our body. The answer is yes. It is a likely possibility that we might be able to stop aging, or at least delay it within this century. A group of thinkers who call themselves transhumanists suggest that all we have to do is continuously replace our meat bag parts with repairable robotic analogs. Transhumanism blurs the very lines between what we would and wouldn't consider biological, giving us an entirely abiotic perspective on life. It's a transition we are in the midst of right now. The rules in the game of life are changing, and so are the players. Transhumanism, or transitory humanism, is a term coined by renowned evolutionary biologist Julian Huxley, and it refers to humanity's change from evolution by natural selection to evolution by intelligent direction. People who embody this bridge between the biotic and abiotic are called transitory humans. And unlike regular humans, transitory humans are not entirely biological, but also, unlike post-humans, they are not entirely mechanical either. Transhumans exist somewhere in between our natural selection-driven primate ancestors and entirely digital post-human beings merging with artificial intelligence. With that said, transhumans actually do exist on our planet today, albeit in very small numbers. In fact, philosophers have started to argue that a small fraction of humans alive today are literally symbiotic with their technology, mainly their medical implants. Furthermore, gene therapy patients can be construed as being the first humans to have their evolution entirely directed by technology. Colloquially speaking, these beings are what we would call cyborgs, half man and half machine, who are essentially the poster child for transhumanist ideology. According to transhumanists, cyborgs are the next inevitable stage of our evolution. But what actually is a cyborg? The term cyborg comes from the merger of the words cybernetic and organism, and there are many definitions that could fit this etymology. Some people say that wearing a jacket, using a wheelchair, or wearing glasses could make you a cyborg. Others say that you're only a cyborg if you've literally merged with machines at the anatomical level. Either way, it means that a cyborg is not just one who can use technology or feel technology, but one who is symbiotic with their technology. The way the word cyborg is used by the public today also conveys this idea that your existence must depend on that technology. So people with cosmetics, piercings, tattoos, or fake teeth aren't really cyborgs. And those who call them as such definitely receive their fair share of eye rolls. The conditions for who is and isn't a cyborg can get pretty vague. And yet, we all seem to know one when we see one. We see them walking among us, people with pacemakers, cochlear implants, and bionic bone implants. But transhumanists want to take this even further, hoping to replace not just one function with an implant, but even half the body with electronic equivalents. This is an idea that futurists have come to call cyborgization, the process of undergoing technological augmentation either to compensate for an injury, achieve some kind of anatomical enhancement, or even to cheat death. In the recently released Russian action film, Hardcore Henry, we are introduced to a man who wakes up in a flying laboratory only to learn that he's been brought back from the dead as a machine-human hybrid, a superhuman cyborg symbiotic with technology, kind of like RoboCop. He eventually comes to seek the help of a mind-uploading body hacker and his multiple avatars in order to rescue his girlfriend. One thing's for sure, it'll definitely make you dizzy. However, are modern augmentations really advanced enough to return someone from near death? Well, it's more common these days than you might think. Surgeons around the world are now saving countless lives with artificial hearts and mechanical lung machines, to the point where cyborgs are becoming an increasingly larger minority within the human species. In the past decade alone, some 11 million medical patients worldwide have incorporated artificial body parts. And now, able-bodied people have started to join in too. Able-bodied people who undergo cyborgization are commonly referred to as grinders or biohackers, applying the hacker ethic to improve their own biological bodies using do-it-yourself cybernetic devices, bionic augmentations, and genetic alterations. In popular culture, they're often associated with the so-called cyberpunk, nanopunk, or biopunk movements, as well as pioneers in a kind of open-source transhumanism. It could also extend to artificial limbs, prosthetic models of which are finally starting to become autonomously functional. Another example would be extra senses, like implanting devices under their skin that would help them sense magnetic fields. Recently, these people have finally started to come out of the woodwork. In fact, a man named Neil Harbison was proclaimed as the world's first legally recognized cyborg by the Canadian government. Neil is symbiotic with a device that allows him to hear colors through an antenna surgically implanted into his skull. Even though he was born colorblind, this device allows him to transpose frequencies of light into frequencies of sound. The light frequencies are digitally translated into specific musical notes that Neil can hear, giving him a kind of parallel perception on the sensory scale, endowing him with a kind of synesthesia. In general, the reason the government is considering Neil a cyborg, but not extending the same definition to a guy with a laptop, is because Neil's antenna is biologically integrated into his head. Don't get me wrong, while glasses and smartphones are a form of augmentation, humans will only start to notice our transhumanity once we've integrated technology into our very anatomy. But Neil is just the beginning. We'll see much more advanced prosthetics in the year to come, and eventually, prosthetic bodies too. Furthermore, neurons decay with time, so we might want to eventually replace those with computerized parts as well. And doing so will complete the transition to posthumanism. Because if we're ever going to colonize Mars and expand our reign out into the solar system, then becoming cyborgs that can resist the radiation of space might be a very necessary stage of our evolution. But make no mistake, Neil being the very first legally recognized cyborg poses many important questions. Will these people be vulnerable to hacking and manipulation, or will they be fully autonomous beings, considered responsible for anything their mechanical bodies do? Will cyborg humans have the same rights and be bound by the same laws as biological citizens? Or will these people be demoted on a civil rights scale? The list goes on, and while we might not all be half machine just yet, it might be a good idea for our legal systems to plan ahead. To answer these questions, we can further break down biohacking technologies into two domains. First, there are augmentations for our dryware, which is what non-transhumanists would consider the artificial part of a cyborg. And secondly, wetware, what we would consider the biological parts of the cyborg, helping to complement and support the dryware, both working in conjunction to embody the transitory human. First, there's the idea of dryware, literal machines implanted into our bodies that can be anything from exoskeletons and sensory bionic implants to artificial organs and prosthetics. It includes ideas like nanotechnology, where nanobots assemble and disassemble your body into different forms at will. It can also include subdermal devices that monitor your heartbeat, dial the hospital immediately, and even give them your GPS location if something goes wrong. One example is the development of bionic eyes, image processors implanted into blind patients, allowing them to see again. To do this, they've packed an array of electrodes onto a retinal chip that converts light into electricity, stimulating the optic nerve and letting the patients see images. Another example is the Eyeborg project, pioneered by Toronto-based filmmaker Rob Spence, who lost his eye at the age of 9 and decided to replace it with a prosthetic attached to a wirelessly transmitting video camera. He uses the technology to tell his story to the world, even creating a film called Deus Ex, the Eyeborg documentary, all made with footage from his prosthetic. It's just one demonstration among many, with companies like Nano Retina and Second Sight leading the way, creating entire exoskeletons to give paralyzed people improved functionality, bionics to enhance their senses, and artiforgs, or artificial organs, to slowly replace their meat bodies. Limb technology, such as the B-Bionic hand, has been commercially available for years, and demonstrates some of the most sophisticated prosthetics to date. The hand uses sensitive motors to move every joint and every digit independently, even allowing the patient to vary the speed, force, or grip in real time. A newer device called the Luke Arm has also become available on the market, and is very popular with military amputees. These assistive technologies will not only compensate for human disability, but also drive human capacity beyond our innate physiological levels. This could mean genetically engineering our immune system to be more tolerant to silicon devices, graphene nanostructures, and even titanium bones. Second, there's wetware technology, which complements the dryware tech by helping our bodies incorporate it more easily. Wetware transhumanism will give rise to the first technologies aimed inward at altering ourselves, rather than outward at altering our environment. It could also mean devices incorporating artificial intelligence to enhance our physical and cognitive capacity. It also includes things like synthetic biology and chimeras to reprogram the language of DNA to turn life itself into a canvas for the artist. It's about self-directed technology that takes the foundation of humanity away from natural selection and more towards intelligent design. Transcending the traditional human body shape could involve extreme biohacking, like people growing tails for balance, or developing new sensory capabilities once only restricted to the animal kingdom. Dr. Caleb Scharf, director of astrobiology at Columbia University, believes that we are witnessing a first new origin event in the process of evolution, thanks to technology like CRISPR-Cas9, yet another tool to accelerate evolution. All these technologies can be applied as a way of enhancing your health, strength, or intelligence to transcend normal human capabilities, and we've already started using them to treat disabilities. While the word cyborg is still more closely aligned with science fiction, it's apparent that more and more people are augmenting their bodies with technology, and the term is growing in use. Our grandparents' generation saw the arrival of technology in people's homes. Our parents' generation saw the arrival of technology in people's lives. And the current generation is now seeing the arrival of technology in people's bodies. In conclusion, wetware and dryware are allowing our bodies to become more perfectly melded with technology than we could have ever imagined a decade ago. And this is just the beginning. All this technology is mostly used by the disabled, but once the technology can double as a perfect replacement, then regular people will join in, with an ardent desire to extend their lifespans. Yes, a metal body might still break. However, it'll be more maintainable than a biological one. And of course, in response to these ideas, there will always be those who say that ending biological aging is futile, because the heat death of the universe will kill you anyway. But that argument never seems to make much sense, because it's not like the fact that you will die at the average human life expectancy of 80 stops you from trying to live past 20. Why should we forego thousands of years of extra life expectancy for that reason alone? Cyborgization will certainly have profound economic, social, and religious implications. And while we're not all machine people just yet, this might just be the perfect time to plan ahead. Since the dawn of time, humans have always wanted to live longer and healthier lives. Cybernetics may not only increase the quality of life, but the quantity as well. Every organ we're born with has an expiration date, but this might not be the case if we could replace them with cybernetic equivalents. The dawning biotech age has now allowed for a renaissance in heart disease treatment, and implantable artificial organ replacements seem like the inevitable solution. So with that said, could artificial organs launch us into the age of immortality? First of all, if you want to tackle the biggest cause of death in the developed world, the obvious culprit to go after would be heart disease. The idea of artificial hearts could help us save the 22 people who are dying every day on US national organ transplant waitlists. Ever since the world's first successful heart transplant in 1967, people with failing hearts have been allowed renewed chances at life, but the lack of donors has always been the limiting factor. As a result, scientists are now exploring the possibility of manufacturable synthetic organs, a concept demonstrated in cases like that of Melissa Benoit, a Canadian nurse with cystic fibrosis, who became the first person on Earth to survive for 6 days with an artificial lung housed outside of her body. These medical miracles are now giving rise to what futurists have come to call artiforgs, or artificial organs. The name is taken from the famous sci-fi thriller Repo Man, starring Jude Law as a hired mercenary that repossesses artificial organs. It's a cautionary tale about a dystopian 2025 society, where a corporation called the Union sells biomechanical organs on credit. And the sinister twist is that when customers are unable to pay, the corporation sends repo men to forcibly extract them. The idea of biomechanical organs has always seemed kind of silly, until recently when the first continuous flow device was installed into a patient named Craig Lewis, suffering from a condition where doctors had to remove his heart. After the doctors installed an artificial heart into his body, Lewis became the world's most heartless man, and I mean that literally. He did die half a year later, but not from heart-related issues, so it's difficult to tell how long the Artiforg would have continued to function. With that said, where are we with this technology today? All in all, 3 emerging technologies can give us a kind of insight into our modern capabilities. Namely, the Siptech kidney, the Minimed 670G, and the Syncardia 50cc. All prototypes of artificial organs meant to replicate the functionality of our bodies. The first of these breakthroughs is the implantable Siptech artificial kidney, which can now be created using the wonders of nanotechnology. Recently, a research team at Vanderbilt University has used nanomaterials to create a kind of living membrane, a series of pores that can filter out and transport molecules from one side to another. It's meant to not only replicate, but perhaps surpass the function of our natural kidneys. Through this technology, perhaps kidney dialysis could be outsourced to a kind of bionic nanofilter implant, which could very well be a blessing to the millions globally suffering from renal failure in the present day. However, another study by Dutch researchers at the University of Utrecht demonstrated another mechanism using what are called Siptechs, conditionally immortalized human renal proximal tubular epithelial cells grafted onto polyethersulfone-based hollow fiber membranes, in the attempt to create a true functionally equivalent kidney. The technology is not commercially available, but with the right funding and research, this prototype could put the frustrating days of dialysis and transplantation behind us. About 26 million people in the United States alone suffer from renal failure, as well as kidney diseases like diabetes insipidus. So the sooner we get this to human trials, the better. But it's not just diabetes insipidus wreaking havoc on our population. An even more malignant form of diabetes, called diabetes mellitus, creates a condition where our pancreas is no longer able to produce enough insulin to regulate carbohydrate uptake. The drive to cure this disease brings us to pancreas artiforgs. Just as with nanopore filter systems, we've also made amazing progress with synthetic pancreas analogs, which automatically administer insulin, specifically through a device called the Minimed 670G by Medtronic. The device is an FDA-approved hybrid closed-loop system that can automatically administer and regulate insulin in place of the pancreas. This could potentially be the first prototype to a kind of artificial organ that could administer insulin for patients that are unable to. There's one catch though. The device is not technically a fully functioning automatic pancreas, because it still requires users to manually dial in the amount of carbohydrates they eat at every single meal. Another problem with the Minimed 670G is that it only administers insulin, not glucagon, which is another pancreatic hormone that works in conjunction with insulin, so you can't really have an artificial pancreas without it. As a result, a newer device developed by Beta Bionics called the iLet can now deliver both insulin and glucagon. However, this device is still at the clinical trial stage. Last but not least, we are also developing prototypes for artificial hearts. The possibility of artificial hearts will allow us to eliminate the very concept of a donor waitlist. And with more than 41 million people affected by heart disease worldwide, a device like this could save countless patients from suffering. While lab-grown hearts can be made with refurbishing, scaffolding, and 3D bioprinting, those hearts are still biological and are thus vulnerable to the decay of aging. But what if we could create a heart artiforg that is repairable and perhaps even superior to lab-grown organs? A robotic heart using low-friction magnetically suspended rotary motors is now being developed by a company called Carmat. It's able to replicate the intricate pumping mechanisms of an actual human heart. However, the device is still at pretty high risk of breaking due to the fact that it's made of multiple mobile parts. A team of Swiss researchers, led by Nicholas Kors, seeks to fix this problem by 3D printing an artificial heart into what's called a monoblock, without the risk of loose mobile parts. Upon testing the monoblock's ability to pump blood-like fluid at human body-like pressures, the team published their research in the Journal of Artificial Organs as proof of concept. Unfortunately, just like the SIPTAC kidney, this device has not yet been tested in clinical trials. However, we do have one that was. Researchers at Harvard University have invented an implant that literally hugs your heart and pumps your blood for you. It's called a VAD, or ventricular assist device. The VAD is made out of silicon to reduce the risk of blood clotting, which has always been a huge obstacle for circulatory implants. It models the complex rhythm of a heart using actuators that can contract when filled with pressurized air, and then controlled by adjusting the airflow in response to condition changes. The team recently tested this device on pigs with failing hearts, finding that it was able to successfully reduce their blood flow back to baseline. These devices are all pretty impressive, but will they work for humans? Surprisingly, we do actually have evidence that humans can survive with artiforgs for years at a time. Most notably, 25-year-old Stan Larkin, a man with a pulse, but with no heart. 3 years ago, Stan was diagnosed with a genetic condition called familial cardiomyopathy, and his failing heart had to be removed immediately, with no donor hearts available to replace it. As a result, the surgeons connected him to an artificial heart called the Syncardia 70cc, complete with a 6-kilogram compressed air pump, carried in a small backpack, which was surgically connected to his vascular system. Miraculously, Stan was literally able to survive without a human heart inside his body for 2 whole years, using only the Syncardia to pump his blood. Just a year ago, Stan was finally able to get rid of the artiforg and receive a new donor heart. He's now back to normal and able to do things like play basketball and live a regular life. The success of this procedure showed that we could replicate the intricate mechanisms of the human heart long enough to keep patients alive for years while they wait for a donor. The Syncardia 70cc has recently been approved by the FDA and is now used in over 1,440 patients around the globe. But that's not the limit for artificial hearts. A new upgrade called the Syncardia 50cc is on the way. This device is even smaller than the 70cc and is specifically built for patients who don't want to carry the backpack. It really makes you think, what if we were able to make this device even smaller so that it fits in your rib cage? If so, then could the human heart be replaced permanently? Overall, we're still a long way from fully functioning artificial organs, but prototypes like the SIPTAC kidney, the MiniMed 670, and the Syncardia 50cc are pioneering an era where we won't be dependent on our aging organs. But why stop at external organ backups? Artiforgs could even be engineered to be superior to the original. How about a liver that filters out toxins better? Intestines that can absorb nutrients more selectively? Or lungs with a higher capacity? What if we could create artificial gills and electrolyze oxygen right out of the water? For all we know, we might one day even have nanotechnology-based stomach artiforgs that could let you biochemically survive on sand, water, and ammonia alone. Perhaps even synthetic skin that can function like microscopic solar panels and give you energy without even eating at all. The possibilities for artiforgs are limitless. Better yet, after we develop artificial analogs to most internal organs, we could eventually build entire biomechanical bodies and transplant our brains into them. It's the potential for a kind of life extension that will no longer require the manipulation of biology. It's an idea that will raise serious questions about where biological life ends and where synthetic life begins. Should we trade away our aging bodies for mechanical bodies that could last forever? What if we eventually have augmented replacements not just for our organs, but for our very limbs as well? This is the idea of prosthetic augmentation, where we gradually replace our extremities with functionally equivalent devices that can be regularly maintained and repaired. Prosthetics have always been seen as a key aspect of transhumanist ideology, longing for the day where we can overcome our birth defects, injuries, disabilities, or the wear and tear of aging on our bodies. So, what actually are prosthetics? In short, prosthesis refers to a device, either external or implanted, that substitutes or supplements a missing or defective part of the body. The go-to example being, say, tooth fillings, a hook, or a wooden peg leg that you'd see on a pirate. But today's carbon fiber, silicone, and titanium prosthetics go much further, and can now be made to look almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Additionally, they can also move and perform the same functions that a normal limb would, as well as additional functions that a natural limb could never do. It's not a stretch to imagine this tech eventually being used for body enhancement, not just as replacement. This can be a very subversive idea. When will we get to a point where athletes beg to have voluntary amputations to make them better at their respective sport? When will we upgrade our inferior limbs into full-on bionic enhancements, such as those found in, say, the Deus Ex video game series? Well, recently, video game company Square Enix collaborated with prosthetics company Open Bionics to design 2 Deus Ex-inspired prosthetic arms that anyone with a 3D printer can make for free. One of the devices is called the Adam Jensen arm, based on the hero of the games Mankind Divided and Human Revolution. These 2 arms have fully functional flexing fingers and even a rotating wrist, giving amputees a more renewed and optimistic outlook on their condition. While these arms are great for aesthetic reasons and do all sorts of cool things that our natural arms can't, they don't actually help amputees with their daily lives as much as we wish they would. In fact, most prosthetics around the world are known as body-controlled prosthetics, operating through a kind of pulley system or mechanical switches to perform their functions. They aren't controlled by the brain, and the users still experience great difficulty in performing their daily tasks. Body-controlled prosthetics have trouble moving autonomously as a real human arm would. But how close are we to making one that can? Through modern technology, we've begun to see the emergence of interface-controlled prosthetics, which are literally linked to critical neurons. Myoelectrically controlled prosthetics, directly integrated within the neuromuscular system through TMR. And lastly, AMI-controlled prosthetics, using electrocorticographic electrodes to give us actual proprioception for these limbs, potentially paving the way for full-on prosthetic exoskeletons to eradicate disability. First, we have the idea of interface-controlled prosthetics, giving the user more control by linking their devices to a handful of neurons. Dean Kamen, inventor of the Segway, has taken prosthetics to the next level, creating a pre-programmed functional prosthetic interface called the Luke Arm. With approximately 185,000 amputations occurring each year, and over 2 million people suffering from limb loss, Kamen wanted to make a change by programming these arms with actual neural data. Thanks to funding from DARPA, Kamen and the DECA Research Corporation introduced the Luke Arm into the public sphere, ingeniously naming it after Luke Skywalker's prosthesis in the Star Wars franchise, as an act of clever marketing. To make the arm, the team had to map each of the 192 electrodes to the participant's nervous system, so that each sensation corresponds with a real stimulus. Meaning that if pressure is applied to a specific area, like the tip of the thumb, then the participant actually feels the pressure on their prosthetic. This gives the wearer more control of their limb. Unfortunately though, it still doesn't work like a real hand. It functions for the arm. It still can't perform the vast variety of functions that our natural arms can. When you look at the sheer complexity of the human body, about 500 million neurons are involved in the simple act of moving your arm. but the Luke arm only uses a few hundred of those. What we need is an arm that's directly integrated into our nervous system and can be more intimately controlled by the user. Not just a robot programmed with neural data. For that reason, we have myoelectrically controlled prosthetics. Recently, we've witnessed the release of the new B-Bionic 3 prosthetic arm, allowing the wearer to type, hold objects, and even crack an egg. The first person to try the arm was a man named Nigel Auckland, who lost part of his arm in an unfortunate accident.
The fact that the grip moves on it as well make it more human. You tend to try things that normally you wouldn't bother. I mean, I'll now go out of my way to pick things up with this hand, or try and hold things with this hand.
Unlike body-controlled prosthetics or interface-controlled prosthetics, these robotic limbs literally respond to your muscle twitches, and your nerves can actually feed electrical signals to the prosthetic directly. Another prosthetic called CyberLegs by Brubotics even allows amputees to walk, along with a cognitive chip that makes the legs semi-autonomous. But what if we could sync all these prosthetics directly to our brain? Last year, surgeons at the Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland, reported that, for the first time, a patient was now able to move their prosthetic arm using nothing but their thoughts. This new device is called an MPL, or Modular Prosthetic Limb, and it can decode the intent for motion within the shoulder, elbow, wrist, and hand, directly from the brain's thoughts. The only catch is that they have to have an implant inserted into their arm through a surgery called TMR, or Targeted Muscle Reinnervation, where surgeons reroute the nerves of your joints into new muscle groups. In this study, a man with epilepsy had electrode sensors implanted into the sensomotor regions of his brain in order for researchers to program the device. It sounds like a painful process, but it's more than worth it. Recently, another report published in the journal Science Translational Medicine demonstrated a device called the Brainmark Titanium Implant, which fuses vibrating titanium prosthetics to your bones and then hooks them up to your nervous system using TMR. Once the nerves start to regrow, they can be activated by the brain and detected by the electrodes of the prosthetic, allowing patients to control the device directly. While these arms are certainly better than robotic interface prosthetics, they aren't all that, because they still lack the sensation of touch. So, can we make myoelectrically controlled prosthetics that will actually interpret commands from the brain and also relay back sense data? Can we create an arm that would let me feel the texture of a pineapple, the softness of a pillow, the pressure of a bench press, or the wetness of water? Seemingly, the answer is yes. New research presented from the Journal of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery demonstrates that myoelectric prosthetics can also restore a patient's ability to feel sensations, like hot and cold, or firm and soft. These different sensations can be translated into neural signals characterized by the strength, frequency, and duration of synthetic impulses. These impulses are created by sensory substitution that can provide feedback like a buzz or vibration when a limb comes into contact with something. This concept is called an SRPNI, or Sensory Regenerative Peripheral Nerve Interface, which can be hooked up to your nerves and give you a true sense of touch. Furthermore, researchers are also working on synthetic human skin for these prosthetics, using materials that can detect pressure, heat, and humidity. For example, we have devices with aluminum atoms that can heat up very fast, spread out, and thus stop conducting electricity, which will create a neural feedback loop that lets the patient feel a sensation of heat. But not so fast. Even with these interfaces, prosthetics still can't replicate the complex two-way communication back and forth within the nervous system, meaning that while we have the sensation of touch, patients can't actually feel that their arm is there because they lack a sense of proprioception, resulting in what psychologists call phantom limb syndrome. Studies from biomedical engineers at the Bloorview Research Institute show that about 75% of users reject and abandon their prosthetics for reasons like phantom limb syndrome, seeing the sensors as not intuitive enough for them, and shockingly uncomfortable to use. So, how do we improve on this? Well, biophysicist and engineer Hugh Hare thinks the answer is a little thing called AMI-controlled prosthetics. 35 years ago, a rock climbing accident left Dr. Hare stranded on a mountain with severe frostbite in both of his legs, eventually requiring amputation below the knee. After receiving his doctorate at MIT, he began working on an advanced leg prosthesis that could one day be able to perfectly emulate and even surpass the functionality of his old legs. After publishing 60 peer-reviewed papers and filing more than 40 patents, he's getting closer than ever to achieving this goal. His team at MIT is aiming to install hundreds of small computers that can input information from his legs into his nervous system and more accurately decode the neural input from his brain and body, translating his intended movements with artificial electrodes. This is the idea of neural embodied design, and it's what allows for the kind of bidirectional communication that will end phantom limb syndrome. The reason that current myoelectrically controlled prosthetics have difficulty achieving a sense of proprioception is because the amputation paradigm they use breaks proprioceptive muscle relationships and can't convey accurate information to the brain about where the prosthesis is in space. But Dr. Hare's team hopes to fix this problem using what's called an agonist-antagonist myoneural interface, or AMI, which surgically links agonist muscle groups with antagonist muscle groups so that they bidirectionally contract in unison. The AMI does this through hundreds of biological sensors that can electrically activate muscle tendons and relay proprioceptive information about length, speed, and force that can be decoded by our brain. Dr. Hare isn't the only one developing this technology, though. A team of engineers, researchers, and scientists from the University of Washington's Grid Lab and the National Science Foundation are also creating electronics that can enhance proprioceptive communication. To develop their prosthetic, the team implanted a set of what are called ECOG electrodes directly onto the surfaces of volunteer patients' brains. They then fitted these patients with gloves capable of tracking their hand positions and letting them know if the limb is in the correct position for grasping an object tightly enough. When the hands were open, the electrodes had no stimulation, but as the hands slowly closed, the stimulation would increase in intensity, giving the patient a gradient of proprioception that could allow them to get used to their prosthetics. Adding this technology to multiple prosthetic joints would allow us to experience the natural sensation of having a new limb. But neural embodied design doesn't stop there. We might also be able to extend proprioception technology into non-anthropomorphic constructs like fins, wings, or tails. This could lead to a transhuman future where prosthetics will not just be seen as a replacement for something we lost, but rather an upgrade to something new. For example, if we could make prosthetic wings for the ability to fly, it would most certainly make humans unrecognizable in terms of our current morphology, but it'd be more than worth it. Dr. Hare reminds us of a quote from Leonardo da Vinci, who said, "Once you have tasted flight, you will forever walk the earth with your eyes turned skyward, for there you have been, and there you will always long to return." It's the idea of a future where people will purposely amputate their limbs, because robotic prosthetics will have more advantages than their old limbs did. What if we can build arms that let basketball players make three-pointers from across the court, let baseball players hit home runs every time, or let quarterbacks throw footballs with AI-calculated accuracy? But it doesn't stop at sports. Why not give ultrasound to these limbs and have the same vision that a bat has? Why not give these prosthetics a third thumb to augment our dexterity? Better yet, there's the Holy Grail. Why not give it superhuman strength? We're all familiar with Marvel's Iron Man, a comic book hero who displays a kind of super strength. But perhaps one day, the rest of us could have something like this too. Recently, renowned Japanese robotics company Cyberdyne has officially received FDA approval to make a medical version of its lower body exoskeleton prototype, known as the HAL, or Hybrid Assisted Limb. This device essentially reads the intentionality of your nervous system and can restore mobility to disabled people with sophisticated sensors to detect bioelectric brain signals and coordinate muscle contraction. What makes HAL better than the past exoskeletons we've developed is the fact that it can function autonomously as a body prosthetic. But the HAL can be so much more than just a medical treatment. It has the potential to incorporate hydraulics that could grant us superhuman strength. This is because the HAL can actually support itself while being worn, and adds no new weight to its user. Additionally, Lockheed Martin and Suit X also offer commercial alternatives for Iron Man exosuits. as does Hyundai with their new H-Lex robotic exoskeleton. All in all, the triple threat of neural interfaces, myoelectric interfaces, and AMI interfaces are steering us on course towards transhumanity, one small step at a time. Currently, prosthetics are mostly used to restore functionality, but the day you notice people purposely amputating their arms for the potential of augmentation is the day you'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. A tunnel toward a singularity where every aspect of our body is repairable and aging is no more. However, if we do become a race of repairable beings with repairable parts, then how many replacements could you add until the original is no longer there? A famous thought experiment about identity called the Ship of Theseus asks that if we were to replace a plank of wood on a ship one by one over many years, will it still be the same ship? Would this idea be analogous to humans gradually adding prosthetics to ourselves? In a few decades, will we still be the same ship? There's much concern over extensive prosthesis altering our human nature. But honestly, is it really that different from the concerns Socrates had over what books will do to our memory? Rest easy, because in the age of directed evolution, to be human is to be transhuman. The rise of bionics in the recent years has prompted some interesting questions. Can we trade away our biological body for a repairable one that won't age? Bionic implants have started turning science fiction into reality, and our daily lives are becoming increasingly less distinguishable from a cyberpunk fever dream. Bionics is defined as the science of connecting biological systems to artificial systems to develop machines that can imitate our biology. One of the most important aspects for the merger of man and machine is the transition of our sensory perception. This can be in the form of an implant that mimics a sensory organ, or an exoskeleton that imitates human movement. It can be an artiforg that mimics human organs, or nanofactories that give you on-demand smell-o-vision. As these bionic systems and transhumanist augmentations exceed our physical capabilities, humanity might soon face an interesting dichotomy. Either remain physically inferior, but embody the cherished values of humanism as we know them, or become a superior transhuman with a repairable body that can transcend the decay of aging. If you choose the latter, it will involve switching out literally every part of your body with prosthetics that can do the job equally as well. The time to make this decision might be sooner than you think, as many of our natural apparatuses are finally becoming replaceable with bionics, such as our hearing, our sight, and even some simpler parts of our brain. Legendary thinkers like Marshall McLuhan have long dreamed of technology like smell-o-vision, devices that use nanotechnology to manufacture any smell for us on demand. But for now, we'll have to settle for devices like the eye smell, an artificial nose that can potentially augment the way humans interpret the world. Scientists call the human window of sensory perception the Umwelt, which is the German word for the surrounding world. It refers to the way reality appears to us, and as we move towards a transhuman future, we'll find that our Umwelt will have expanded significantly. The coming merger of man and machine has already begun to take form, and with things like cochlear implants to enhance our sense of sound, retinal implants to enhance our sense of sight, and skin implants to enhance our sense of touch, bionics won't just serve as replacements for sensory systems, but as upgrades for the human Umwelt. First, we have cochlear implants, bionic ears, which completely transcend our natural auditory system using a speech processor, a small microphone, and a transmitter that can translate neural signals to a subdermal receiver. It can send our brain impulses from the outside world using an apparatus connecting the cochlear implant directly to our auditory nerve system. Cochlear implants are currently used by about 500,000 people worldwide, many of which can now hear for the first time in their lives. But make no mistake, it doesn't restore a person's hearing in the way you might think. It just rewires the brain to mimic the sensation of hearing, and will one day enhance the human Umwelt with the marriage of electrodes to our neurons. Recently, a team of German researchers even created an entirely artificial processor that can interpret speech for us. The tech giant Apple has also taken an interest in developing superhuman hearing and has partnered with a company called Cochlear to develop an implant that would let the disabled detect data from their wireless devices. Together, they developed the Nucleus 7 sound processor, which streams audios from Apple-compatible iPhones, iPads, and iPod Touches directly to a surgically implanted Bluetooth device. This could be a groundbreaking enhancement for the human Umwelt, because it means we could one day have the technology to hear frequencies below 50 Hz, frequencies that a natural human ear is deaf to. Maybe it could also go above 20,000 Hz, letting us hear high-pitched noises, like inaudible dog whistles. There's also the idea of integrating these ears with live transition wearables, like the universal translators predicted by Star Trek, allowing the subject to hear real-time translation of foreign languages directly into their brain. A wearable translator called Pilot can already translate foreign languages in real time, and are perfect for people living abroad. Furthermore, the WT2 earbud can translate even more complex languages, like Japanese and Chinese, so that anyone can travel the world without being held back by language barriers. Quite naturally, it'll only be a matter of time before these things become an add-on to our cochlear implants. Which evokes the question, once you've implanted artificial ears into people, then why only hear in the auditory range of a human? Why not be able to hear the ultrasonic waves around you? Of a dog? The possibilities are astronomical and will subvert everything we've come to accept as reality. Secondly, we're developing retinal implants, also called artificial eyes, which can bypass retinal photoreceptors by connecting the optic nerve to a camera to process visual data with an array of electrodes. Recently, neurosurgeons in the Manchester Royal Eye Hospital have performed the very first bionic implant on an 80-year-old macular degeneration patient named Ray Flynn. Ray now uses a tiny camera attached to his glasses to feed wireless video footage directly to an electrical implant in his retina. The chip allows him to recognize faces of his family, enjoy artwork, and even watch TV. The glasses capture images in real time and send them to a video processing microchip where they're converted into electrical impulses and relayed to a radio transmitter. Another bionic eye operation was recently done on a Texan man named John Jameson to restore his sight after 40 years of blindness. Just like Flynn's implant, Jameson's bionic eye incorporates a special pair of glasses that beam visual data onto a sheet of 60 electrodes within the retinal implant. The implant is called the Argus II Retinal Prosthesis System, made by a company called Second Sight, and its implementation was such a success that it's now been approved by the FDA for commercial use. So, how does the Argus II work? Well, photoreceptors are the mechanisms by which we perceive light patterns and receive nerve impulses from the brain. What the Argus II does is provide a substitute by transposing the medium of the data. While it doesn't offer exact human vision, it still allows the patient to distinguish outlines and shapes. However, researchers are now planning an upgrade for this system, the Argus III. The Argus III will have not only 60, but 1,000 electrodes on the retinal chip, which can allow for even more detailed facial recognition capabilities. Perhaps the device might one day allow us to see better than our human eyes can. In addition to the Argus II, Second Sight has also successfully implanted another visual prosthetic called the Orion 1, a wireless cortical neurostimulation system that takes vision in a new direction altogether. While the Argus II only stimulates the remaining usable retinal cells, the Orion 1 seeks to bypass retinal cells altogether, connecting the device directly to the brain's visual cortex. The implications of the Orion 1 can mean countless changes to our optical Umwelt. Changes to the number of colors we can see, changes to the resolution of those images, changes to the kinds of light we can see, and even the range in which we can see. For example, the Seegrid Corporation, pioneered by Hans Moravec and Scott Friedman, has been working on a new electrode array where each electrode corresponds to 1 pixel in the human visual field. It'll not just be a technology for the disabled, it'll be a technology the rest of us want to get too. It could allow us to perceive the universe on a whole new level. Additionally, the human Umwelt is only limited to a very small strip of visible light, 1 trillionth of the EM spectrum, the rest of it being the invisible world of radio waves, infrared waves, gamma rays, and X-rays. kinds of electromagnetic radiation that we don't have the biological receptors to see. Light comes in all kinds of different wavelengths, and humans can only perceive the visual spectrum. But if these bionic eyes expand the data that we can take in, then we'd be able to visualize things like heat, identify different kinds of gases by sight alone, and even see through walls. And why not? We already have devices in our cars that can pick up radio waves, night vision goggles that pick up infrared heat signatures, and CAT scan machines that pick up X-rays. It's really just a matter of converting that data into patterns of optic nerve stimulations. We already have these machines in the dashboards of our cars, so one might wonder when we'll put them in our eyes as well. The visual cortex is the same series of neurons that lets you perceive a rainbow, but it also has the potential to perceive colors that your optic nerve can't pick up. Cone cells are the receptors in the back of our eyes that are responsible for detecting color. But why stop at just 3 cones? Some animals have many more. Why not give ourselves the umvelt of a snake, a bee, or a butterfly? However, it's not just color we want, but also depth. We already have optical technology that can zoom in and out of our field of vision, things like electronic microscopes and telescopes, giving us far better depth than the eyes of an eagle. The next step will be to incorporate these devices into our biology. A company known simply as the Oculetics Technology Corporation is already trying to make that happen with their so-called bionic lens. The bionic lens is an implant designed to replace the natural lens of our eye, giving us the promise of freely adjustable vision without laser eye surgery. Over time, maybe these bionic lenses could be upgraded to include additional functions, like projecting your smartphone screen, or even sharing your perspective with another person who also has a bionic lens installed. Maybe we could send our visual data to others around the world, syncing it to the internet using the Argus 2's Wi-Fi compatible system. Through these devices, our visual umvelt could be truly limitless. Lastly, no cyborg would be complete without a bionic epidermis as well. It's a concept that technologists call artificial electronic skin, or e-skin, to replicate or even enhance our sense of touch. Scientists from the University of Colorado Boulder have attempted to replicate the sensitivity, malleability, and durability of our skin, as well as its sense of pressure, humidity, temperature, and airflow. Not only is this new device more robust than actual skin, but it's also self-healing through the chemical bonding of polyimine in a multi-compound ethanol mix. While human skin isn't that hard to replicate, it does still have high potential for enhancement, because this device has the capability to incorporate tiny sensors as well. Your prosthetic skin could one day be wirelessly connected to your car, your phone, or even your house, like some sort of giant wearable smart device. With this in mind, the research team is now collaborating with artificial intelligence experts in the hope of giving us all kinds of new senses that could be integrated with the device. Traditionally, we think of humans as having only 5 senses: smell, taste, touch, sight, and sound. However, with a bionic epidermis, we might be able to live in a world beyond them. The concept of what is and isn't a sense is actually somewhat fluid, because by definition, you could say we have way more than 5 senses. What about a sense of hunger or thirst? Don't we have those? In fact, we technically have a sense of pressure, a sense of tension, a sense of balance, a sense of temperature, a sense of time, a sense of gravity, a sense of pain, and a sense of proprioception. All these senses might sound like the same thing, the sense of touch. However, since they all have separate neural perception systems, they are technically separate senses. Essentially, there is no limit to the amount of new senses that transhumanists could invent, because a quote-unquote sense is really just any input into the brain that is capable of being processed independently. We could potentially add any number of new senses thanks to our brain's neuroplasticity. Body hackers have long dreamed up a wide variety of possible sensory augmentations that we've only just begun to experiment with. Renowned neuroscientist David Eagleman, together with Scott Novich and his team from Rice University, have invented something called the Versatile Extrasensory Transducer, or VEST. It's a computerized apparatus that can take sounds from the environment or data from the internet and turn it into a matrix of vibrations on your skin. After Dr. Eagleman's grad students wore the Sense Vest for weeks on end, they learned to perceive patterns in these vibrations as the scientists fed live weather data into the device. The test subjects were eventually able to develop what you could call a sense of weather, being able to associate each vibration pattern with the way that their environment was invisibly changing. Dr. Eagleman is planning on making this Sense Vest commercially available to the public, so one day you might be able to get one for yourself as well. But it doesn't stop at weather. The Sense Vest could also be connected to tiny medical sensors in your bloodstream, assays in your microbiome, likes on your social media feed, and even stock market data from all around the world, allowing us all to learn the complex language of the global economy. This vest could give us thousands of new senses to a point where we can perceive things like local air pollution levels, sense where earthquakes will start, or even predict the next economic recession, as we intuit how international markets are changing minute by minute. Just by wearing the vest all day, your brain's neuroplasticity will expand your Umwelt to sense the currents of internet culture and potentially even participate in a kind of global brain. The digital world could be represented as a map of tickles on your skin, and as long as the brain is given enough time to adapt and figure it out, we could essentially design new portals into invisible aspects of reality. In the present day, this vest has many practical medical applications as well. In fact, Dr. Eagleman designed it so that you could set up a microphone on the vest that will translate sound waves into electrical signals, potentially letting disabled people see the world as patterns of vibration on their body. Given enough time, a blind or deaf person's brain will learn to automatically perceive visual and auditory streams. Neuroplasticity will instinctively let them detect things like color, speech, or nearby objects without even having to see them. Some technologists have even suggested that this device could be the very first stepping stone to developing 360-degree vision. With these exoskeletons, we are not only inventing new senses, but we might also have the ability to mimic Umwelts once only available to animals. For example, migratory birds have a sense called magnetoreception, which uses a quantum compass taking the form of the protein Cry4. Cry4 is a special kind of protein that we call a cryptochrome, and it responds to blue light by yielding two free quantum entangled electrons that will react to the Earth's magnetic field and tell the birds where north is. So as the bird turns or moves, the electrons excited from this protein will spin differently and help the bird detect any weak external magnetic field to about 5 degrees of accuracy. However, this sense is not just for birds anymore. Recently, a famed cyborg, Neil Harbison, and his company, Cyborg Nest, have developed a technology called NorthSense, a device that allows you to perceive the Earth's magnetic field. If you ever get lost, then this new bionic epidermis will allow you to tell where north is, even without the sun. Harbison's drive to create new senses for us was inspired by his own bionic augmentation, an antenna in his skull that cures his colorblindness. Because Neil can't see color, the device takes visual data and converts it to auditory notes, and sends the tones to his body using bone conduction. This means that when Neil looks at a painting, he can see a variety of different hues that the rest of us can't see, because the scale of this auditory data is much more expansive. In a sense, the implant gives him superior senses, allowing him to hear colors that the rest of us can't even see. It lets him perceive spectrums of invisible light, like ultraviolet. He perceives all of it through a series of vibrations on his body, and we can only imagine how much more vibrant the world looks like for him now that he has transcended the human Umwelt. To gain inspiration for new senses, we can also look towards people who've managed to transcend the human Umwelt without bionics. One example would be people with synesthesia, a form of extrasensory perception found in only 4% of the population. These people are born with a kind of cross-wiring in their brain, giving them new senses that can only be described as seeing sounds or feeling tastes. The malleability of our natural senses is not that surprising, given how deaf people eventually learn to read lips, and children born blind eventually learn to echolocate like a bat, using tongue clicks that bounce off hard and soft surfaces, returning to their ears. All this only works because in the end, all sensory information that enters your brain is converted into the same thing, electrical impulses. the universal language of the Umwelt. It doesn't matter how many new senses you add, because your brain can always detect patterns in these signals and cross-reference them into increasingly complex maps of the world. We used to think of each of our senses having their own brain region, but given these synesthesia patients, we now know that the brain is instead an interconnected web of feedback loops where no region works alone. As long as the data coming from these artificial skin implants corresponds meaningfully to reality, then your brain will always create a new sense for it. In conclusion, if we want to trade away our biological body for a mechanical body, then bionics will be the key to making this transition possible. We clearly seem to have the beginnings of what could be considered bionic ears, bionic eyes, and bionic skin. It might just be the case that the evolution of our technology has come to play a greater role in guiding our species than our DNA has. And if we can harness this power, we can open up a new chapter in the storybook of humanity. Will nanomedicine take us to the age of immortality? Well, the word nano signifies a number, 10 to the negative 9th power, or 1/1000th of a meter. So trying to achieve precision at that scale is no walk in the park. For the longest time in human history, the way we made use of materials was limited to what we could see with microscopes or touch with our hands. Until one day, physicist Richard Feynman, with his talk, "There's Plenty of Room at the Bottom," suggested the crazy idea that we should construct things from the most fundamental building blocks of chemistry: atoms. Today, Feynman's ideas have finally come to life through graphene manufacturing, carbon nanotubes, and DNA origami that we can shape into nanobots. Furthermore, when it comes to applying technology towards extending the human lifespan, we realize that some problems we have in modern biotechnology could potentially be solved more quickly with nanotechnology. Unlike biotech, nanotech promises to take the manufacturing process to the level of atoms building molecules, rather than molecules building cells. The idea of nanomedicine, as defined by nanoengineer Ralph Merkel, is the use of atomic and molecular scale devices to repair damage in biological systems, adapting the precision used by synthetic chemists into the realm of medicine. This concept can take many forms, like nanomagnets, nanopores, nanoparticles, or buckyballs. First, we have the idea of nanomagnets, or artificial spleens, nanoscale beads that could clean out our blood and filter out antibiotic-resistant pathogens from our bodies. In the mainstream news, you may have heard of something called superbugs, microbes in the first world that have had their evolution accelerated by antibiotics overuse, excessive hand sanitizer, and excessive cleanliness. Their numbers are growing because sick patients tend to throw out their half-finished bottle of penicillin pills the moment they start feeling better. But since they didn't finish that treatment, some of the bacteria survive, and what doesn't kill them makes them stronger. These new veteran superbugs can no longer be killed with antibiotics anymore, potentially leaving nanotechnology as the only remaining way to get rid of them. A group of researchers at the Wise Institute at Harvard have attached magnetic nanobeads to mannose binding lectin, a protein associated with our immune response to bacteria, fungi, viruses, and parasites. These researchers created a stable form of the protein that does not cause blood clotting, and they used it in a kind of microfluid chamber meant to mimic the human spleen. Here's how it works. The nanomagnets bind to the mannose on the surface of the pathogen membranes, pulling the pathogens out of the patient's blood while it runs through the device. When the blood is pumped back into the patient, it leaves behind the viruses, bacteria, and parasites, which could then be analyzed in the lab. To see how well this device worked, the Harvard scientists infected rats with E. coli bacteria, let it sit, and then ran their blood through the artificial spleen. In the control group, which had no nanomagnets, only 17% of the rats survived, while in the experimental group that did receive the treatment, the survival rate was over 90%. Next, we have DNA nanopores. In the age of nanomedicine, biology will become nothing more than a regular computational system, and, in transhumanist terms, the biotic will no longer have any sacred distinction from the abiotic. As the famous Nobel laureate David Baltimore once said, all medicine will inevitably be reduced to computer science. Granted, biology is far more sophisticated than any other computer available to us today, but we're slowly starting to learn how to read and write DNA, just as we would with computer code. A group of researchers at the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers have now taken the first step towards cheap and practical DNA sequencing. Last year, the researchers were able to use something called nanopores, tiny holes inside of a nanomembrane, just big enough to allow single molecules of DNA or protein chains to pass through and be altered, allowing us to not only read, but also write in the language of biology. By simplifying the methodological ability to sequence single-cell DNA, these nanopores are able to create a new age of submolecular analysis to better understand the genes that cause aging. Dr. Chad Merkin, a chemist in Northwestern University, has developed a new assay that reads the letters of DNA using gold and silver nanoparticles, while flagging variations of DNA that are sensitive to mutations. Current DNA sequencing is very expensive and time-consuming, but this diagnostic tool takes less than 2 hours and could be done in a single doctor's visit. If we could ever incorporate these nanopores into tiny robots, then future nanomachines might one day hang out in your blood, your gut, and probably even your toilet, where they will capture DNA fragments from cancer cells, identify cancer, and tell you if you are in danger. This technology would have been very useful to Steve Jobs, who actually had a 20-year window to get rid of his pancreatic tumor. The only problem was he didn't know about it. It's probably also conceivable that the toilet of the future will also talk to you, tell you if you eat too much, smoke too much, drink too much, and even give you personalized dietary advice to maximally extend your lifespan. Nanomedicine doesn't just stop at detecting cancer, but also treating it at the molecular level, using what you could call nanoparticles. One example would be photothermal metallic nanostructures tagged with cancer-seeking molecules. These nanoparticles can be injected into a patient, ingested into cancer cells, and then heated up with a giant external magnet, causing them to spin around and burn up the cell that ingested them. It sounds nice and fancy, but why is this necessary? Well, one issue we have with the chemotherapy we use today is that it's very harmful to healthy cells, causing bruising, hair loss, and extreme pain in the patient. Chemo doesn't distinguish between cancer cells and healthy cells. All we do is just pump it into the vicinity of the tumor and hope for the best. In the case of brain cancer, there's often nothing we can do. But now, MIT scientists are trying to change this, managing to treat a brain cancer called glioblastoma, using only 100 nanometer wide drug-containing capsules called liposomes. These liposomes deliver 2 drugs, temozolomide, which attacks the DNA of cancer cells, and bromodomain inhibitors, which prevents tumor regrowth. What makes liposomes special is that they're coated in a protein called transferrin, which latches onto the surface proteins of only cancer cells, leaving the healthy cells alone. Transferrin is also what allows these nanoparticles to pass through the blood-brain barrier and shield the 2 drugs from the immune system, as well as any hazardous molecules in our bloodstream that could prevent drug delivery. Liposomes are proof of concept that we can now get nanotechnology into the brain. Another team led by Dr. Dean Ho has developed even smaller nanoparticles called nanodiamonds, diamond particles about 4 to 5 nanometers wide, coated with receptors that seek out the triangular-shaped proteins of tumor cells. But it'd be nice if we could get cancer-killing nanoparticles even smaller, so that they can get to those hard-to-reach places. Enter buckybalms. Nanotechnology would not be where it is today without the discovery of Buckminster fullerene, also known as the buckyball. It's an extremely stable arrangement of 60 carbon atoms in a cage-like structure, kind of like a soccer ball. It's a very strange looking molecule, and we decided to name it after Richard Buckminster Fuller, the architect who popularized the geodesic dome. Fullerenes were discovered way back in 1985 by Harold Crotto, James R. Heath, and Richard Smalley, who isolated the carbon allotrope by firing lasers into graphite layers. Because it has special chemical properties, this molecule can have promising applications in nanomedicine that would allow us to deliver medications to infected cells, or even be used as a bomb. When a buckyball molecule is synthesized with 12 molecules of nitrous oxide, it can be heated up from the outside and made to explode inside individual cells. Definitely a clever idea. These are just 4 treatments, but there are many more still to come. The idea of nanotechnology may sound ridiculous, but to understand it, we need to remember that all living things, including ourselves, were once manufactured from individual molecules that self-assembled themselves without the intervention of production tools. Aging deconstructs us at the molecular level, so likewise, we'll need to reconstruct ourselves at the molecular level. Biotechnology can delay aging, but it can't hold it back forever, and nanotech will become the new biotech. It will be the sign of a radical new age still to come, and a new way to reprogram reality. But that is a topic for another time. Can robotics cure aging? Today, we have bionics that can mimic the role of limbs, hearts, and even sensory organs. But could they ever mimic the role of a single cell? Could we one day see an age where each and every one of us has millions of tiny robots flowing through our bodies and repairing them at the cellular level? In the 1966 sci-fi film Fantastic Voyage and its Spielberg-directed remake, Inner Space, we are introduced to the concept of a miniature submarine being injected into a sick patient's body to cure them. Today, it's a rather silly idea, mostly found in cartoons like Archer.
Go eat several dicks, Slater. Your people shot us in this guy's foot, not us.
Futurama.
We've got to get someplace where he won't stick his finger. It's hopeless. Abandoned ship.
And of course, the Magic School Bus.
Weirdest cutting board in the world.
However, while it completely violates the laws of physics for humans to exist at that scale, we might still be able to direct a machine that can. A microbot is roughly defined as a tiny machine, smaller than an inch, but still larger than a micron. It's the same idea as a nanobot, but bigger, more practical, and easier to build. Although, some would say that the distinction between a microbot and a nanobot is somewhat arbitrary, considering that many primitive nanobots we have today most certainly are larger than a micron. Either way, it's helpful to think of microbots as a kind of mechanical insect, and the smallest one we have today is only 25 microns long, about 1/4 the width of a human hair. These tiny medical machines will dramatically change our visits to the doctor's office, and likely make them much quicker. Present-day scientists like Dr. Bradley Nelson specialize in developing microbots 1/100 of an inch long to perform miracles like curing blindness. These microbots perform operations that a human surgeon could never even dream of executing. Dr. Nelson's microbot is guided by 3 cobalt-based electromagnets in 3 dimensions, so that it can be directed to administer medicine for retinal cells. It can be injected into the body, and even comes with an LED light so that the pilot can see what they're doing through either a computer or microscope. Microbots come in all shapes and sizes for doing different kinds of tasks. Machines like swarmbots, SRMRs, pillcams, microgrippers, magnabacteria, mechasperm, and microfish, just to name a few. First, we'll start with the somewhat larger microbots we call swarmbots, which have the potential to solve many environmental and medical problems facing humanity today. Most people are somewhat familiar with the concept of swarm robotics, even children, a concept they've probably been introduced to with movies like Big Hero 6. Many of these machines are based on a paradigm we call biomimicry, the design of mechanical systems based on the imitation of living systems. Biomimicry builds on millions of years of evolution, and it's a more effective approach to engineering than just coming up with our own systems. The idea of biomimicry grew in popularity after a paper published in the journal Science by Harvard School of Engineering succeeded in building a kind of cybernetic housefly. The robot could hover in place, navigate, and fly around through sophisticated flight dynamics that use piezoelectric crystals, which gain electric charge in the presence of air pressure. Swarmbots, or bugbots, are fundamentally founded on this idea of replicating insects with machines, meaning that we will eventually want these robots to work in teams. Think of robotic marching ants that you can send to inspect and repair water pipe leaks, or better yet, robotic bees that can engineer entire ecosystems for us. Researchers from the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology in Tokyo have developed tiny insect-sized drones 4 centimeters across that can artificially pollinate plants, all in an effort to replace declining bee populations. These swarmbots are covered in sticky horsehair to try and mimic the fuzzy body that allows bees to pick up pollen when they visit flowers. While the swarmbots were still remote-controlled and not fully autonomous, the Japanese researchers are looking to develop pollination routes through machine learning and GPS guide systems. In their research, they were actually able to use these machines to pollinate pink-leaved Japanese lilies, just as bees would. Inside the paper, published in the journal Chem, they stated that the device could pick up 41% of pollen available within just 3 landings, successfully pollinating the flower 53% of the time. But it takes more than just sticky hairs to be a good pollinator, so the technology has a long way to go. As such, swarmbots are not without their prophetic doomsayers, like the famous TV show Black Mirror, depicting an episode in which the government solves the problem of colony collapse disorder by creating robotic bee swarms to pollinate plants. The twist is that these microbots meant to replace the declining bee population end up getting hacked by terrorists and programmed to kill people. Another cautionary tale comes from the sci-fi short film Slaughterbots, where authoritarian ideologues use microscopic drones delivering small doses of poison to mass murder political dissidents. Drones are a huge step forward from the ornithopters humans have been trying to develop for hundreds of years, as well as the crude helicopters we've only had for decades. Once they get sufficiently small, this kind of technology will virtually bring an end to privacy. No one will be unwatched. Mechanical bees seem nice and all, but is calling them swarmbots somewhat misleading? They're not actually autonomous, and the bees in the study don't actually forage on their own. They also don't work as a team and still require a manual human pilot. But not to worry, we are actually developing microbot swarms that can be guided with artificial intelligence. They're called SRMRs, or self-reconfigurable modular robots. And we can now make them small, only centimeters across. You've probably heard of the prototype called kilobots. Machines programmed to work kind of like ants do. Back in 2015, Harvard engineers were able to design 124 tiny robots able to communicate with each other through infrared signals and organize themselves into any pattern they're instructed to make, without a manual human controller. These microbots are sophisticated enough to understand their position relative to all other microbots, and can organize into complex shapes within mere minutes. Unfortunately, kilobots are only able to organize into 2D patterns, but all that is changing. Recently, MIT students have built another kind of SRMR called M-Blocks, cube-shaped robots that use artificial intelligence to synthesize 3D shapes. The modules join together by magnetic contact, making them sufficiently flexible and strong at the same time. One could even consider M-Blocks to be a sort of programmable matter, a precursor to the smart dust, or utility fog, predicted by nanotechnology enthusiasts. Essentially, M-Blocks are a giant robot made of a swarm of tiny robots which can integrate into a specific shape to accomplish a task, and then disintegrate after finishing it. Programming these SRMRs individually would be pretty expensive and time-consuming, so they share what we call a collective algorithm. Swarm intelligence is easier to program than general intelligence, because in a swarm, no one microbot is doing anything too complex. It's just executing basic spatial commands with maybe 1 or 2 mechanical actions. We don't have to tell each robot what to do, just program a handful of leaders and have the rest of the swarm organize around their movements. A collective algorithm works in a similar fashion to how insect pheromones coordinate termites through a chain of command. By these principles, microbots can potentially do things like construct smartphones, vacuum a house, or even hunt down human cancer cells. It's hard to tell whether or not we'll be able to make these SRMRs as small as a micrometer, because we might run into miniaturization issues with the computer hardware. But if the size of computers 50 years ago is any indicator of technological progress, then the size of computers 50 years from now might surprise us. Perhaps they'd be able to do things that humans can't do, like cleaning up nuclear disasters, constructing colonies on Mars, or even unthinkable things, like uploading a human brain into a computer. Next, we have some very primitive microbots called pill cams, known mostly for their application in colonoscopies. Today, as our devices are getting increasingly smaller and smaller, we're getting closer to actual micromachines that can take pictures of the human body, just like the submarine from Fantastic Voyage. We've already taken the first step with miniaturized encapsulated cameras, a device known as the pill cam. As the capsules go through our GI tract, they take pictures of our insides every 2 seconds, traveling through our colon just as the digested remains of a hamburger would. A single pill cam can take over 55,000 pictures within just 8 hours and provide us with types of diagnosis once only possible through surgery. Essentially, you swallow these pill cams like vitamin pills, and then let the doctors check the footage for signs of colon cancer or polyps. Each single pill cam is composed of a tiny video camera, a computer, a radio transmitter, and a microbattery, all inside a non-toxic biocompatible plastic case. But could we make them even smaller? Just a few decades ago, the components that now fit inside the pill cam would have taken up an entire room. Maybe a few decades later, they'll be small enough to fit in our capillaries, and even deliver medical treatments. But could we ever get these microbots to do more than gather data? What if we could get them to perform surgeries? This brings us to even smaller microbots called microgrippers, and they have the potential to fundamentally change the way we do surgery. They enter directly through an incision, clip off whatever tissue we need, and deliver them to us. A team from Johns Hopkins University set out to expand on this technology with starfish-like microbots about 300 microns in diameter. These microgrippers were 100 times smaller than conventional biopsy forceps, small enough to pass through a catheter tip, but still large enough to be seen by conventional imaging methods. When delivered in the thousands, these microbots were able to take biopsies from hard-to-reach areas, retrieve tissue samples with heat-triggered forceps, and then return them to a nearby magnetic catheter. In the study, the researchers used a catheter to insert 1,500 microbots to remove tiny samples from the bile ducts of live pigs. They were guided magnetically to a specific part of the pig's colon, along with a camera to monitor them. After being delivered to the section they needed to take samples from, the microgrippers were able to close in 5 to 10 minutes in response to the pig's warming body temperature. When the pig's body heat raised the temperature of the microgrippers, the forceps closed and captured tissue samples needed for analysis. 10 minutes later, the microgrippers were sucked back through a catheter using a magnet. These microbots have rigid magnetic nickel arms, along with a pre-stressed bilayer of gold and chromium-formed hinges, allowing them to be guided with magnetic fields, so they can remove things like arterial plaque. A layer of metal designed to be rigid at cold temperatures is what keeps the gripper open, but as the body temperature rises, this layer of metal becomes soft, gradually closing shut and grabbing some of the plaque in the process. Since these microbots are powered by the very stress built into them, their grippers don't require a tether or wire to deliver energy. All it needs is a gradual rise in heat. If that's not ideal for the process, then the gripper could always be modified with different polymers so that the forceps are triggered by specific chemicals instead. So what would this technology mean for life extension? Well, the two biggest causes of death in the developed world are heart disease and stroke. Arterial plaques are formed when fat, cholesterol, or calcium is deposited on the inner walls of the arteries. This plaque hardens, and our arteries become narrow, obstructing blood from moving through our body. However, these microgrippers can have the potential to end this type of disease. In fact, if you inject them into the arteries, you can remove all this debris clogging the blood vessels. Simply just send these microbots to a clogged artery, give them enzyme-activated forceps, inject the patient with a drug that triggers these grippers shut, and then use a magnet to retrieve the microbots. These microgrippers have the potential to make open heart surgery and invasive biopsies obsolete. They work like mini submarines, unclogging our arteries and taking pieces of plaque back outside with them. Unfortunately, there's nothing that these microgrippers can do about diseases like cancer. But luckily, we have an app for that too. The next form of microbots are even smaller machines we call magnobacteria. A major problem with the targeted treatment of cancer is that injecting tumors with chemotherapy ruptures the tumors and spreads the disease cells around the body. Make no mistake, it's really hard to build a microbot that could swim inside the blood, because at the molecular scale, Swimming in a pool of water becomes more like trying to swim in a pool of bowling balls, the smaller you get. At this level, the laws of physics would never let you swim the way you swim now. And a swimmer the size of a bacteria would sink, no matter how hard they did the backstroke. When you're small, molecules get bigger, and your arms or flippers need to work increasingly harder to push the water molecules out of the way. Fortunately for us, nature has already created a tiny robot that could overcome this: the bacterium. It's an intricate micromachine that propels itself with the flagellum, which is a kind of corkscrew tail that moves in a completely different way than other systems do. The flagellum actually cuts through the fluid in such a fashion that the friction from the water molecules doesn't drag the bacteria down, allowing it to propel itself through inertia, rather than hopelessly pushing against the molecules. For reasons like this, we are now constructing microbots out of bacteria to deliver drugs for us. Drugs that can treat diseases like cancer. Researchers from McGill University and Polytechnic Montreal in Canada have loaded a type of bacteria called MC1 with magnets in the hopes that this new cyber bacteria would be able to treat cancer. After being injected into 20 cancerous mice, the magnobacteria were guided with computer-controlled magnetic fields so that they migrated towards the tumor, propelled themselves into the cell clusters, and released the chemotherapy drugs. These injections contained more than 100 million flagellated bacteria designed to seek out hypoxic low-oxygen zones, which helps them locate the tumors in the mice. Unlike chemotherapy, these microbots can take out the tumor cells and avoid killing countless healthy cells in the process. But don't get too excited, because it only works in mice, and human clinical trials are a long way off. Unfortunately, the reason it's difficult to apply magnobacteria in humans is because our complex immune systems don't seem to like them very much. Luckily, nature has constructed another kind of micromachine that still has a flagellum, but isn't rejected by our immune system: the sperm cell. The next microbots are what we call mechasperm, targeted swimmers that can also deliver chemotherapy to cancer cells and reduce their numbers by 87% for every 72 hours. Injecting sperm into your blood does seem like a very unconventional therapy, but people will do anything to live forever. Physicians from the Institute of Nanosciences in Germany recently released a study looking into the unique drug delivery benefits that sperm can provide. The team submerged bull sperm in solutions of chemotherapy drugs, coated them with a significant dose, and then assembled them into mechanical micromotor harnesses that would help them move through the body using external magnetic fields. Essentially, they created microscopic sperm cyborgs that could be directed towards a tumor so that they could kill it with tiny doses of chemotherapy drugs. These microbots provide all the benefits of chemotherapy with none of the side effects, because not only do they keep the drug from degrading prematurely, but they also don't trigger the immune system, unlike a drug delivered by bacteria. However, it's not a complete cure for cancer because of one reason. Doctors would still need to know where the tumor is so that these microbots can be told where to go. If we have tumors too small to be recognized, then they can't be targeted in time to stop them from spreading. As such, we'll need machines that can be tagged with cancer-seeking molecules to hunt these cells down. For this reason, we have even more sophisticated microbots called microfish, 100 times smaller than a grain of sand, but can be customized biochemically to seek and destroy diseases. A team of researchers at the University of California, San Diego and the Harbin Institute of Technology recently created a robot that could perform non-invasive medical procedures and propel itself with a kind of fish swimming motion. These microbots are created out of gold and nickel segments linked together using silver hinges, and applying an oscillating magnetic field lets the magnetic nickel move the microfish from side to side, thus driving them forward. Altering the strength and orientation of the magnetic field can change the speed and direction of the fish to generate extremely precise movements. This technology could go much further than cancer. We could potentially even get it to destroy specific cells infected with viruses like Ebola. All it would take is tagging them with a membrane-compatible protein. In fact, another team at the same university, led by Xiao Chen Chen and Joseph Wang, improved on the idea with an even smaller bot called a nanofish. Their team at the Department of Nanoengineering were able to create these nanofish through 3D printing, allowing them to be as wide as a human hair. The nanofish were made using a high-resolution 3D technology called microscale continuous optical printing, which uses 2 million tiny mirrors directing beams of UV light at photosensitive material, solidifying it and molding it. These machines move with platinum nanoparticles attached to their tails that react with hydrogen peroxide to propel them forward, along with magnetic particles attached to their heads to let them steer. The most ideal application of this technology would be to retrieve toxins at the molecular level by simply reacting with them. To do this, the team installed particles on the fish that glow red whenever they touched a specific toxin, allowing them to witness their microbots nabbing toxins in real time, and measuring efficiency by the intensity of the red glow. In conclusion, these are just 7 different kinds of microbots, and there are still many more we could talk about. Forget artificial limbs. Microbots are the ultimate bionic, because they aren't just replacing individual organs, but individual cells. But the big takeaway here is that we are now at the level where we can construct thousands of tiny medical drones that could treat disease in our body and extend our lifespans. Just like our immune cells, they would patrol our body for disease and perform treatments far better than their natural analogs. More importantly, microbots can also serve as a stepping stone to even smaller machines called nanobots, which have the potential to configure our biology, not just at the cellular level, but at the molecular level. Maybe we could take this technology as far as replacing the individual mitochondria within our cells and generate energy more efficiently. That kind of technology might be many decades away, but it does lead us to one simple conclusion. When it comes to monumental goals like immortality, it's time to stop thinking big and start thinking small. Can nanobots help us live forever? For the first time in human history, we are living with a growing elderly population. And compared to the technology that could await us in the next 100 years, we haven't even seen the half of it. After all, we talk about our 80-year life expectancy as if people born today will only live to the 22nd century, while ignoring any aging breakthroughs that could happen within their lifetimes. The biotech revolution of the past decade is leading the charge, with bioengineers turning life into a programmable medium, and biologists manipulating our genes and cells. But what if we could go even smaller, to the level of individual atoms? Many chemists and nanoengineers are seriously entertaining the idea of creating machines out of molecules. Nanotechnology is the field of science that works at the nanoscale, 1/1000th of a meter. But how can we possibly build mechanical parts at this small of a scale? It might sound crazy to believe, but you don't have to, because molecules themselves are the mechanical parts. To work at a tiny scale, the robots of the future will need tiny batteries, tiny cameras, and of course, tiny motors. Futurist Ray Kurzweil, director of engineering at Google, has been quoted saying that in just 3 decades, humans will have tiny robots that perform the same jobs as our blood cells, and they will do it 1,000 times more efficiently. Our future machines could very well be smaller than a grain of sand, or dare I say it, even smaller. Because our understanding of genes and computer technology is accelerating at an incredible rate, Kurzweil predicts that in just 25 years, the computer in your phone right now will be hundreds of times more powerful while only being the size of a single cell, about 6 to 8 microns. The Foresight Institute has even offered a $250,000 prize called the Feynman Grand Prize to anyone who can build a nanoscale robotic arm with a nanoscale computer. Why not have tiny machines no bigger than a red blood cell that you could ingest or inject? Swarms of tiny chemical-based robots whizzing through your body, destroying pathogens, purging cancer cells, and cleaning out your arteries. This idea is called a nanobot. You might have heard people saying that nanobots don't exist, but what they're actually referring to is nanoreplicators, which, unless you count the ribosome, definitely don't exist yet. You might also hear people say that nanotechnology in general is just science fiction. And this is certainly true for what we call bottom-up nanotechnology, where ultra-small machines produce large objects. However, top-down nanotechnology, where large objects produce ultra-small machines, is in fact very real. To avoid confusion, it would be more helpful to think of nanobots as molecular machines, rather than artificial intelligence, as they appear in the Terminator franchise. The so-called nanobots we have today could potentially repair our cells at the smallest possible scale, rendering traditional biotechnology obsolete and making aging irrelevant. Right now, nanobots can be built 1,000,000 times thinner than a human hair, some just 2 nanometers across. Since the idea of a nanomachine usually evokes constructs no larger than a micron, nanobots will be invisible to the human eye and can only be created by stringing together molecules at the atomic scale. Their movement induced by enzymatic engines or tumor-seeking proteins. So, how is all this actually useful in life extension? Well, for example, when these chemical machines attach themselves to, say, individual cancer cells, then a laser beam can be fired through the skin to heat up the nanobots and create a chain reaction that destroys every tumor in the body. These little machines could be extrapolated to repairing things all the way down at the molecular level. And while flooding the body with millions of tiny machines does sound scary, it will be required to perform operations that a doctor can't. Back in 2004, scientists at New York University created the first true prototype of what you could technically call a nanobot. Their molecular machine bipedally walked on legs 10 nanometers long, powered with a chemical called psoralen. It can jog along strands of DNA, kind of like a conveyor belt, and from then on, the topic garnered public interest. In 2012, as the biotech revolution was just beginning, scientists began building the first nanobots that are made to look and act like DNA, so that they'd be ignored by the immune system while smuggling anti-cancer enzymes. Unlike chemotherapy, which harms significant amounts of healthy tissue as well, nanotechnology allows us to attack cancer cell by cell, arming nanobots with potent poisons and tagging them with proteins that match only to cancer cell receptors. Unlike the microbots we discussed earlier, you don't have to swallow them, because nanobots are small enough to be injected into the circulatory system, where they would swim around your blood vessels and break up potential blood clots or plaques. There's just one little problem. How would we get them to move around? Researchers from ETH Zurich came up with the idea of using external magnets to solve the problem of steering, but still needed a motor to move the nanobot through the blood. At the macro scale, a motor is created when a magnetic device spins inside a tube of electrical wire, the current generating a magnetic flux. But at the nano level, there's no way that could work. You can't just solder a wire into molecular complexes that run electricity. Instead, you need to take advantage of what's called van der Waals interaction to spin the rotor with atomic forces. To do this, engineers in China and Australia created a double-walled carbon nanotube motor by rolling two graphene sheets into tiny tubes, one inside the other, messing with the length of the outer tube to change the speed. Unfortunately, temperature seems to be a big obstacle in getting a nanomotor to work. But researchers from Singapore created a new kind of nanomotor using a tiny laser to expand elastic graphene into a piston for pumping chlorine and fluorine gas, almost as it would in an internal combustion engine. In another study, researchers at the University of Munich even produced a frictionless nanopropeller out of a single hexagonal molecule containing a silver nanoparticle rotating inside it. Normal macromotors are very inefficient because of air friction, but nanoscale motors, like the motor proteins that direct our muscle movements, deal purely with chemical energy and are not subject to air friction. Granted, nanobots using all these devices would move pretty slowly, but researchers might just be able to supplement these motors with a high-speed, remote-controlled nanorocket complex. A nanorocket is essentially a pyrostyrene bead covered in gold and chromium, attached to a catalytic engine made of DNA. When it reacts with hydrogen peroxide, the engine can be propelled through bodily fluids on bubbles of oxygen. With these kinds of mechanisms, researchers have finally gotten serious about developing medical nanobots. Not the highly intelligent metal nanites from sci-fi, but simple, non-thinking chemical machines that can heal us in ways our natural biology never could. To differentiate them from over-exaggerated nanobots you see in movies, philosopher Anders Sandberg has instead suggested that we call them technocytes, defined as any nanoscale artificial device in the bloodstream used for repairs, cancer protection, or as an artificial immune system. These technocytes aren't as complex as an actual robot, and can be made very efficiently from stages of self-assembled particles. Technocytes also include the idea of respirocytes, where we could one day hope to develop millions of tiny nanites in the blood vessels that could release oxygen and take up the carbon dioxide more efficiently than hemoglobin. Respirocytes could let us breathe longer in hostile environments, like underwater or on Mars. These technocytes could one day perform the entire functions of specific cells, making them obsolete. Perhaps we could even have nanoribosomes, allowing our body to make millions of new proteins that we couldn't previously. Nanolysosomes that break down the junk inside our cells and keep us healthy. Similarly, Ken Clemens gives us the idea of nanochondria, human-manufactured nanomachines that we implant inside living cells to produce energy more efficiently than our natural mitochondria. You can see where I'm going with this. The end goal of nanobots would be a kind of transhumanism, where every cell is replaced at the molecular level, until machines are all that remain. Of course, this is a long ways off, but the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single nanometer. To achieve these feats of cellular bionics, new kinds of technocytes are leading the charge. Namely, nanosubmarines, the famous Voldemars, and of course, nanobees. First, we have nanosubmarines, Fantastic Voyage style. The idea of nanobots patrolling our bloodstream and looking for rogue cells was inspired by the body's own immune system, specifically, our white blood cells. In a recent study, researchers have developed a new kind of nanobot that could replace these white blood cells, and it works by propelling itself through our bloodstream with a nanoengine and self-destructing inside cancer cells. The researchers accomplished this by assembling a synthetic nanoscale vesicle, filling it with anti-cancer drugs, attaching it to a molecular motor, and tagging it with markers that guide it towards tumor cells. While drug delivery systems have been developed before, this new vesicle could be a more accurate and more efficient propelling device, since it's powered by a chemical nanomotor. The nanomotor uses hydrogen peroxide for fuel, degrading it to propel itself forward until it's eaten by the cancer cell. After the vesicle passes through the cell wall, a compound found only inside cancer cells called glutathione triggers the nanobot complex, prompting it to self-destruct and release a payload of chemotherapy molecules inside. Glutathione reacts with disulfide bonds of the nanomotor in such a way that it delivers the cancer drugs, kind of like a Trojan horse. However, since healthy cells have negligible levels of glutathione, mostly the cancer cells will get hurt, and damage to healthy cells will be minimized. But how can we improve the efficiency of such a device? Currently, the main problem with curing cancer is that drugs injected into the patient are not only killing rogue cancerous cells, but healthy cells as well, even if it is in very minimal amounts. But what if we could program a tiny molecular machine to carry them only towards cancer cells and nothing else? DNA origami is a technique that allows scientists to use DNA molecules as programmable building blocks that assemble themselves into designed structures. By taking a single strand of DNA, scientists are able to manipulate the genetic code and program the DNA to self-assemble into predetermined shapes. Complex artificial molecules called Voldemars are very much like molecular Lego pieces, with complex bumps and hollows defining precise patterns of interconnection. Today, researchers at Caltech, led by Dr. Ido Bachelet, have managed to transform these self-assembling structures into drug delivery machines that kill no healthy cells. In a recent study, they manufactured a box-like scaffolding, shaped like a hexagonal tube, with the intent of smuggling antibiotics and chemotherapy drugs. The cage was composed of two halves, connected by a latched hinge, as well as a controllable lid that swings open like a clam whenever it biochemically recognizes target cells. Think of it like a lock and key, where only cancerous cells have the specifically shaped protein keys that could open the nanobot. When the researchers released these Voldemars into a mixture of healthy and cancerous blood cells, half of the cancer cells were destroyed in 3 days, with literally none of the healthy cells harmed. In another study, the scientists tagged these nanobots with fluorescent proteins, monitored them with tracking systems, and injected them into live cockroaches, where they recognized target cells with flawless precision. The best part is that after they've done their job, we can release specific enzymes into the patient that gradually degrade and dismantle the nanobots, releasing them in non-lethal doses until the remains can be excreted out of your kidneys. Unlike previous nanobots, Voldemars are naturally biocompatible and biodegradable, being specifically designed to bypass the human immune system that would otherwise interfere with the medication. Bachelet demonstrated how we could attach molecular markers to these Voldemars, corresponding to the proteins on only 6 cells, so that no healthy cells will let them inside. Upon publishing these findings in the journal Nature Nanotechnology, researchers designed a 3-piece nanobot to create Voldemars that move and even sort molecular cargo, composed of a tail to move, an arm to carry the cargo, and a molecular trigger molecule that releases the cargo. They measured its ability to sort things using fluorescent yellow and fluorescent pink dye molecules, allowing them to visibly see how well the machine delivers cargo to a designated location, with about an 80% chance of accurately delivering it. Scientists from Arizona State University and China's National Center for Nanoscience and Technology expanded on this idea with Voldemars that carry the blood clotting enzyme, thrombin. Using thrombin as their cargo, These nanobots would block the blood supply of tumors and suffocate cancer within 24 hours of treatment. A payload on each bot's surface called a DNA aptamer directed it towards nucleolin, which is only generated in large amounts on the surface of tumor endothelial cells, meaning that these foldimers can locate cancer cells inside mice and pigs without any help from the scientists. In a recent announcement, Dr. Bachelet disclosed that nanobots are no longer science fiction and are currently capable of identifying 12 different kinds of human cancer cells. His team has now moved on to human testing in an attempt to remove cancer from individual patients. Unfortunately, foldimers do have one simple weakness. Programmable DNA is somewhat expensive to synthesize right now, so is there a cheaper way to end the looming threat of cancer? Cardiologist Samuel Wickline at Washington University School of Medicine has invented a self-assembling nanoparticle that might just be able to do the job more cheaply. The machine is smaller than a virus, but travels in groups of billions. They're called nanobees, designed to travel through the bloodstream, find cancer cells, and inject them with bee venom, which is harmless on a large scale, but toxic to individual cells. The nanobee keeps its venom inside a sphere of carbon and fluorine atoms, about 300 nanometers in diameter, letting it safely carry the toxin through the body without harming a single healthy cell. The melittin toxin is stored in an outer fatty layer designed only to release the venom when it selectively locks onto proteins linked to cancer cells. With that said, I think the chances of FDA approval are looking pretty good. In the words of Dr. Wickline, just as a real bee, the nanobee can only sting once, so swarms of them will be required for any treatment. We can manufacture these swarms cheaply because they're calculated to self-assemble without complicated machinery or expensive DNA fragments. Just put the right material together in the right container at the right temperature, and they will make themselves. Overall, technosites like nanobees, nanosubmarines, and foldimers are truly a paradigm-shifting way for specialists to approach medical problems. But what do all these strange machines mean for our daily lives in general? In addition to clearing out arteries and hunting down cancer cells, we could theoretically invent a nanobot for every ailment that plagues humanity. What about nanobots that are triggered by blood sugar levels to pick up and release insulin for diabetes patients? How about nanobots swallowed in a pill that instantly hunt down well-known viruses, a feat that our adaptive white blood cells take hours to do? What about blood clotting nanobots that hide inside your blood and instantly stop the bleeding seconds after a car accident or gunshot? How about respiratory nanobots injected into victims of drowning, where they would break down the excess carbon dioxide molecules and carry oxygen to the blood or tissues? I also probably wouldn't mind using them to go scuba diving for a few hours without needing a mask. Technosites could mean the very difference between life and death, and in the future, we're not going to have routine doctor's visits like we do today, but rather install systems in our bodies that continuously monitor our biology, detect problems, and fix them without us even knowing. The customizability and specialization of these machines could promise humans virtual invincibility, not just from aging or senescence, but from every possible form of death altogether. To quote late Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman, who was credited with starting the nanotechnology movement, it would be interesting in surgery if one could swallow the surgeon. Ray Kurzweil's prediction of technosites granting us immortality by 2045 still seems far-fetched to most people. I agree that the time frame seems a little crazy, but when you take into account how much more efficiently we can do things at the nanoscale, there's no limit to the diseases we can treat. But it doesn't stop there, because nanotechnology won't just give us longer lives, but better lives. Lives that are richer and fuller. If it's super strength you want, then it's more a matter of creating nanomachines with light-activated sliding sheets that create synthetic muscle. If it's morphological freedom you want, then we could have nanobots that rewrite the individual bases of our DNA. If you want to sleep for 1,000 years, nanobots could potentially carry tiny doses of cryoprotectants, like DMSO, to prepare our tissues for cryonic freeze preservation. And when being thawed out, deliver nanomagnets that gradually heat up our tissues cell by cell. Once we've replaced most of the cells in the human body with artificial cells, maybe we could also replace our neurons with nanobots as well. In the transhumanist perspective, nanobots are also seen as the sole escape route from our tragic meat machines, because they can locate each and every one of our brain cells, and potentially send back data from them to an external computer. Gradually transferring neural functions like memory to nanobots would technically be a form of mind uploading, letting you constantly create backups of your personality inside an international distributed computer network. It would be kind of like save states in a video game. If you die from a car crash, you can just download your last personality backup, upload into a new body, and pick up right where you left off. Posthumanists have theorized that if we create a map for the complex web of connections in the human brain, then with enough resolution, these nanobots could store software copies of our consciousness, freely flowing through the cloud, and completing the final step towards the merger of man and machine, where our souls would live forever in a digital heaven. If this ever happens, it would extend our mental capabilities to such an extent that we will be able to write books within minutes, read each other's minds, and even combine our identity with super-intelligent AI. The current potential for nanotech is limitless, and many scientists agree that at our current rate of technological development, it won't be long before nanobots are customized to treat every kind of cancer or viral infection. It seems that our best hope for immortality might not come from large machines, but from small machines. Machines that are smaller than a speck of dust, but larger than life. Could we ever program reality? Can we program matter itself at the atomic level? Through cutting-edge scanning tunneling microscope technology, nanoengineer Ralph Merkel of Georgia Tech has recently demonstrated our ability to grab a single atom from one location and move it to another. One nanoscopic step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Because if we were able to assemble things atom by atom, then theoretically, what's to stop us from making anything we want? It's a question that's more important than you might think. Because if it were possible, then what exactly would differentiate us humans from the machines that we build? If we were able to re-engineer ourselves to the atomic level and build ourselves back up again, would we finally unlock the path to immortality? This is the idea of nanotechnology, assembling molecules, machines, drugs, and materials at the atomic scale. Simply put, the word nano is a billionth of a meter. For scale, imagine that the Burj Khalifa in Dubai was the size of a human hair. By comparison, you would be about the size of a protein, and a nanometer would be the size of a golf ball. The origins of nanotechnology date back to 1959, with physicist Richard Feynman's paper, There's Plenty of Room at the Bottom, where he describes that making machines smaller would allow more room for complexity, accuracy, and evolution. Feynman described how scientists could potentially move and manipulate individual atoms to create new kinds of technology. However, it was Dr. Eric Drexler's book, Engines of Creation, that actually popularized the idea of assembling them into self-replicating machines. Today, nanotechnology is being researched in a variety of different fields, like materials science, electronics, IT, sustainable energy, and life extension medicine. Nanotechnology might also be the only possible way of resuscitating people cryonically preserved in Alcor facilities. To accomplish all these things, Drexler gives us the idea of molecular manufacturing, defined as the construction of macroscopic products with nanoscopic precision. We've already talked about developing top-down nanobots, which do exist today, but molecular manufacturing is about bottom-up nanobots, which could do miraculous things like clean up oil spills at the atomic level. Molecular manufacturing will also open vast opportunities for computing, because when computer connections and entire transistors can be made with single atoms, then computer power will increase exponentially. However, the ultimate goal of molecular manufacturing will be the construction of a nanofactory that we call an autoassembler. It's essentially 3D printing on steroids, constructing virtually any device or molecular structure from basic chemical building blocks, one atom at a time. It's the idea of a machine no larger than your kitchen that could be programmed to turn even the most basic raw materials into complex microchips, therapeutic proteins, custom DNA, and even food. A contemporary of Richard Feynman, physicist John von Neumann, called this idea the universal constructor. Anyone who has seen Star Trek: The Next Generation is probably very familiar with this idea. Just like video game programmers, the people who program these universal constructors would be able to write the software of reality. A world of magic where all we imagine comes true. Computer programmers would become sorcerers, and strings of ones and zeros would become spells, translating the spoken word into physical reality and conjuring objects out of thin air. But one nanofactory on its own doesn't do much. To get anything done, you'll need trillions of them. So how do we get that many nanofactories? Well, it's not as complicated as you might think. Because you only technically need to build one nanofactory, and then program it to replicate itself as well. From one nanofactory, you can get 2, and then 4, and then 8, and then trillions within the next few weeks or so. Simply put, the most important command you could give to an autoassembler would be to build an autoassembler. If it were able to do this, then the universal constructor would become a theoretical device that we call a nanoreplicator, a self-replicating machine that could not only produce whatever we tell it to, but also make copies of itself to an exact degree. This way, everyone on Earth can have a universal constructor with no labor cost at all. Insofar as this technology doesn't create a disaster like the famous Grey Goo scenario, where even one malfunctioning replicator could copy itself exponentially to the point that it deconstructs the entire planet into liquid mush. It can also evoke obvious horrors, like programmable liquid metal, which could bring the villain from Terminator 2 to life. But on the bright side of this technology would be something we call utility fog, a concept theorized by nanoengineer John Storrs Hall, who suggested that a collective of nanotechnological devices called foglets could link together into a complex aerial swarm network. Hall initially came up with this idea as a way to prevent trauma in car crashes by stiffening the air inside the car. However, if this idea were to be extended to the atmosphere of our planet, then we'd be able to conjure things out of thin air, like wizards. If these foglets were to be directed by an AI, they could be morphed into any structure that the user finds convenient. A whole planet made up of these foglets gives us the concept of a heaven world, somewhat like the idea of a simulation heaven that we see in VR, except that this would be real life. Think of utility fog as a video game, where the characters can leap off the screen and interact with you, disassembling and reassembling themselves into furniture, landscapes, or food, anytime, anywhere. The surface of these heaven worlds would be covered in what we call programmable matter, also known as smart dust. The grains of sand under your feet are all actually robots of three-dimensional tactile material that can reshape and reform itself to suit your deepest desires. Programmable matter is the idea that matter can change its shape and physical properties just by reconfiguring its atoms. Think of it as the holodeck on steroids. Except that you don't have to escape reality, you can just reprogram it. If the nanobots that make up this smart dust become cheap and plentiful enough, it would truly be bridging the gap between man and what anyone from the Dark Ages would consider a god. On a heaven world, the very dirt we walk in and the air we breathe will contain AI-directed nanites, a custom universe where you'll no longer be able to tell virtual reality from actual reality. At this point, it will no longer matter if the universe is a programmed simulation, because you'll be able to rewrite that program anyway. In fact, Google's director of engineering, Ray Kurzweil, has suggested that these nanomachines would unconditionally guarantee immortality, replacing every cell in our body until we become a collective of nanites ourselves. All of these miraculous wonders definitely won't happen in the near future, but it's still an interesting idea to see what direction this technology could go. Make no mistake, the industrial manufacturing of anything larger than a few micrometers, or the synthesis of the simplest bacterium, is more than decades away. After all, if today's scientists can't even create a 3D printer that's large enough to do these things on a microscopic scale, then why would they ever be able to do them at the atomic scale? While nanotechnology itself is a multi-billion-dollar industry, that industry is mostly just fabric coatings, nanocomposites, drug delivery, and transistor doping. However, in the confines of their laboratories, scientists with scanning probe tips are chipping away at the foundational hurdles of nanoassembly. Now having developed the ability to move not just one, but even hundreds of atoms within a short time frame. A few years ago, the US military made a broad agency announcement, or BAA, soliciting proposals on tip-based nanofabrication to make nanowires, nanotubes, or quantum dots. Under contract with DARPA, Nanotechnology Corporation, Zyvex, has been researching 3 proposed nanoreplication methods. These include nanoepitaxy, mechanosynthesis, and bioassembly, meaning it's not a question of if we can build these things atom by atom, but a question of how. Firstly, we have nanoepitaxy, the small-scale layering of deposited material into an ordered orientation. It's important to note that nanotechnology does not violate the laws of physics. Rather, it's based on a different kind of physics altogether: quantum mechanics. While regular machines, such as the internal combustion engine that you'd find in cars, operate according to Newtonian physics, things at the nanoscale follow the more complex laws of molecular chemistry. A group of physicists from the University of Mainz in Germany recently built the smallest engine ever created from just a single atom, trapping it in a cone of electromagnetic energy and using lasers to move it up and down, like the piston of an engine. Likewise, epitaxy itself is just a matter of creating a factory that harnesses these quantum mechanical forces to assemble molecules. Patterned atomic layer epitaxy, or PALE, consists of using a scanning tunneling microscope on a hydrogen-terminated silicon surface to remove individual hydrogen atoms, followed by microinjections of gases into an assembly chamber where they will deposit new atoms on the depacified surface, and so on and so forth. To shape this into a 3D model, we'll need to grow silicon scaffolds on a bed of germanium, and gradually etch it away once we're done. Through a process called autodoping, epitaxial films may be grown from gaseous or liquid precursors as a so-called seed crystal, a substrate onto which epitaxial layers can be tagged onto, using impurities like arsine, phosphine, or diborane. While epitaxy makes it sound like this technology is only useful for creating tiny things like pharmaceuticals or transistors, that's definitely not the case. Because if you want to make larger things, then just industrially scale up the right variety of molecules, in the right order, and drop them into a series of factory-sized pressure chambers so that they will assemble themselves. This is an idea that nanoengineer Ralph Merkle calls convergent assembly, where we make the right amount of molecules and expose themselves to each other in the right order so that chemistry does all the work. From there, we can deposit these products into increasingly larger molecular feedstocks, since their complex molecular components are designed to fit together in only one orientation. When chemical components are mixed, they will join together on contact, insofar as the pressure, temperature, and kinetic angle is right. Second, there's mechanosynthesis, another form of nanoassembly, which is instead centered on applying mechanical forces and constraints. Think of a tiny robotic arm, perhaps composed of 7 million atoms, moving a single atom to build another robotic arm until you have 8 quadrillion robotic arms scaling themselves exponentially. It all starts with a simple computer using atomic force microscopes to move atoms from a cartridge into a feedstock or workspace. In this workspace, a so-called nanomanipulator, equipped with customizable crystalline tooltips for grabbing different kinds of atoms, will arrange the structure in ways Mother Nature can only dream of doing. The first big goal of mechanosynthesis will simply be to create what's called a diamondoid nanofactory, which uses a hydrocarbon feedstock based on natural gas, propane, or acetylene to create machines made of pure diamond. Diamond itself is just the crystalline allotrope of carbon, but it's also the strongest substance known to mankind. One example of mechanosynthesis technology would be the DCB6 carbon dimer placement tool developed by Dr. Robert Freitas as a method for fabricating diamondoid-based nanostructures, winning him the Feynman Prize in 2010. Another example of this technology, developed by Martin D. Burke's team at the University of Illinois, additively self-assembles carbon-based molecules. While neither of these technologies is full mechanosynthesis, Dr. Ralph Merkle is still trying to develop it, founding the Nanofactory Collaboration Organization, with the intent of creating a machine that could mass manufacture diamondoid nanofactories. Most materials used for nanomachinery could be constructed from 12 atoms on the periodic table, which are essentially the ingredients of life. The gears of these nanomachines would be made from things like catenines, molecular chains of ring molecules created by bonding C-shaped molecules with copper ions, moving in turn when heat is introduced to the system. More examples would include the molecular differential gear, used in a motor designed by Drexler and Merkel while they worked at Xerox PARC, as well as fullerene gears, operating with carbon nanotube shafts, and of course, benzene structures that use gear teeth only a single atom wide. Chemists like James Tour from Rice University have been able to create primitive nanomachines like the nanocar, which uses 4 rotating molecules as wheels. Even more designs, like Dr. Ben Feringa's UV-driven nanomotor, methyl group-tipped nanopropellers, and James Fraser Stoddart's Roxetane elevator, all work under laws of physics that are very unintuitive. We have developed some models based on molecular dynamics simulations and scaling law analysis, but actual mechanosynthesis has not yet been carried out successfully. Although, if it ever is, the last milestone will be an organic nanofactory, where we figure out how to tag other kinds of atoms onto these carbon structures to make pharmaceuticals, biomolecules, or even life. This idea brings us to a hypothetical concept called bioassembly. While Zyvex hasn't created a nanofactory just yet, it doesn't mean that such things don't already exist today. The existence of life itself is proof that nanotechnology works. In fact, there are tiny nanofactories inside each of our cells called ribosomes. The ribosome is a simple biomolecular assembler that can assemble 20 different amino acids into an infinite combination of proteins, making up the vast complexity of the cellular machine. As science educator Michio Kaku puts it, the ribosome is a miracle machine. It can literally take the protein from hamburgers and turn them into a baby within 9 months, meaning nanobots would not just be able to produce material goods, but also new life. You'd fill a bioassembler feedstock with things like ammonia, CO2, water, and sand. Come back an hour later, and it might have a brand new puppy waiting for you. You could also put a nanomachine on your desk and have it continuously pump out the latest smartphone, your favorite snack, or even put one in your stomach, and you could essentially live on grass and dirt. Additionally, nanoreplicators also exist in the present day, but we know them by another name: viruses. Just like a nanoreplicator, a virus is a molecular machine that's able to hijack the ribosomes of your cells to make whatever they want, including copies of themselves. They program the ribosome to make new DNA and protein, assemble those into new viruses, and then use them to infect other cells, where they will repeat the process until you get sick. So if ribosomes can fabricate complex biological machines out of mere proteins, then there's no reason we can't. The main difference is that ribosomes have already been built for us by Mother Nature, and all we have to do is modify them so that they can create more things out of covalently bonded carbon. Perhaps we could even synthesize custom ribosomes of our own, letting us make new kinds of proteins and new biomolecules altogether. An idea called xenobiology. Eventually, future societies might be able to develop a true bioassembler where you could pour sewage into an entry point, press a button, and see quadrillions of tiny protein-based robotic nanoarms and scanning probes disassemble the atoms of that sewage and then reassemble them into a copy of yourself. It's the same principle behind a blue whale starting out as just a single fertilized egg and then growing into a bus-sized creature within just a few months. Make no mistake, it won't be easy. The human genome is 3 billion base pairs long, but we do know that it has a finite amount of particles, and each of those particles have a finite location in space, as well as a finite size. It is doable to make a factory of tiny robotic arms, create a map for what you want to build, and then watch the miracle of exponential growth pop out copies of your brain. It's not magic, it's just very complicated. Overall, if it ever becomes practical, epitaxy, mechanosynthesis, and bioassembly together will have hundreds of times the societal impact of the Industrial Revolution, if not more. It would mean a world of objects that disassemble and reassemble themselves everywhere in our daily lives. A reality where all matter is fluid. It makes sense to be skeptical about nanoreplicators ever being developed. But to be fair, we've already turned computers that were once the size of buildings into the size of cell phones. And likewise, we might one day also turn computers the size of cell phones into computers the size of sand. Who knows? These kinds of machines could be out there among the stars right now. The rightful heir of the life sciences, if you could even call these things life anymore. In fact, when this technology arrives, it likely won't even be called nanotech, but just regular chemistry, and nanotechnology will be nothing more than a stage name. In conclusion, nanoreplicators will most certainly be met with both fear and excitement, knowing that this technology could appear out of anywhere, since we'd only have to build one nanomachine to get trillions. Of course, it's not going to happen on Earth for at least many decades, but nanoreplicators will be the next logical step after the biotech revolution ends. This concept has the potential to change not just our bodies and minds, but our entire world. So we might as well sit back, relax, and watch the dust under our feet come to life. Should we develop nanotechnology? As we head deeper into the 21st century, we're starting to catch a glimpse of the fantastic technological possibilities that await us. The human race is currently in a very precarious position, from pollution and global economic collapse to overpopulation and dangerous diseases. The existential threats that permeate our world, unless we can develop the technology to fix them. It's conceivable that we can one day solve all these problems through the potential of nanotechnology. Nanotechnology has huge applications in electronics, helping us make increasingly more efficient transistors so that we can perform more computations. One of the most overlooked threats to human civilization is the end of Moore's Law. The tendency we have of making smaller and smaller electronics to keep the global economy running, preventing social collapse. Unfortunately for us, Moore's Law is getting weaker and weaker as we fail to keep up this rate of miniaturization. One day, this drive to make increasingly smaller computer chips might be taken over by trillions of bacteria-sized robots called nanites, created to replicate just like life does, so that they can propagate to serve our needs. This idea is built on the concept of a nanoreplicator, or autoassembler, a tiny self-replicating machine that can hypothetically disassemble and reassemble molecules at the atomic level. A kind of microscopic 3D printer scaled up to an autonomous machine that creates useful things out of raw materials. The Smart Dust's collective algorithm would essentially act like a genie, granting wishes and materializing entire cities and societies on demand. With nanoreplicators, we'd be able to clean up pollution, seek and destroy malevolent microbes, create a post-scarcity economy, and dare I say it, even cure death. These nanites would technically be considered another form of life, just like plants converting gas and water into sugar, or like yeast cells fermenting sugar into alcohol, or even like viruses, converting protein to make more viruses. A nanite would essentially look like a non-biological virus, except it would assemble molecules much faster and more efficiently than nature can. Unfortunately though, with new solutions come new problems, and autoassemblers are no exception. While they might be able to manufacture the tiny electronics that will save Moore's Law, there's still a catch. Because if these machines were to become self-aware, or even just malfunction, they could grow like a cancer into a world-devouring swarm of abiotic locusts, stripping the Earth of all biomass so that they could use it to further replicate themselves. This is the gray goo. 2 decades ago, nanoengineer Eric K. Drexler had a shocking realization. All it would take is one malfunctioning nanomachine to potentially undergo runaway replication and unstoppably consume everything on Earth to assemble the molecules its programming dictates. It's a threat that stems from 2 extremely powerful forces: unchecked self-replication and exponential growth. All it takes is a glitch, a corrupt government, or an individual to engineer a single microscopic machine that would devour our planet's resources at a rapid-fire rate. In this sense, one person really can change the world. It could start as easily as nanites being hijacked from a powerful nation's military, reprogrammed for a terrorist action, and blindly convert all matter on Earth to replicate themselves without end. Drexler calls this idea the Grey Goo theory, and it's the idea that rogue self-replicating nanotechnology has the potential to cause many more problems than it might solve. It would eat up anything and everything until the entire environment and all of us in it are completely deconstructed, leaving behind nothing but a useless chemical byproduct that we'd call Grey Goo. It's a kind of conundrum that might discourage us from even wanting to develop nanomachines in the first place, because it would be characterized by the speed at which a true nanomachine would be able to create copies of itself. Drexler proposed the Grey Goo theory because of scaling laws in mechanical engineering, meaning that the smaller you make a nanofactory, the higher percentage of total input for building those factories gets converted into product. In other words, you'd get increasingly more for less the smaller you make the factory. We're talking about factories that are invisible to the naked eye, meaning that one the size of a flea would be considered a very large nanobot. Preliminary estimates suggest a nanofactory could potentially output its own weight in product in as quickly as 15 hours, meaning it would grow buildings faster than bamboo, at about 20 feet per day. Drexler predicted that if a nanomachine took 1,000 seconds to replicate itself, then just one nanomachine going haywire could create 68 billion new machines within just 10 hours. And under 48 hours, it would create so many nanites that they'd be as heavy as the Earth. Through the magic of exponential growth, these nanites would be able to eat through walls, destroy entire cities, and reduce all land-based biomass into Grey Goo residue. Once programmed, nothing could stop them. And if they were to gain a sufficient degree of intelligence, why shouldn't they follow the same principles that all life on Earth follows? In terms of their evolution, us humans will be nothing more than just more resources for fuel and replication. If the AIs built to direct these nanites were ever to become intelligent, they could also likely come up with space travel, meaning they wouldn't just overrun the massive planet Earth, but overrun the universe itself until all of reality is ectophaged into a living hell of self-replicating nanites. There's a peculiar spot in the night sky called the Botus Void, a black spot millions of light years in diameter with not a single star in sight. A giant black patch on a starlit sky. Since the skewed distribution of stars here doesn't make statistical sense, some have suggested that the void is actually full of stars, but nanomachines converted them into solar-powered Dyson spheres to drain their energy. After all, Grey Goo wouldn't care what it is, or why it does anything. It would simply just do, even if this doing leads to the consumption of millions of stars. This idea has led extreme doomsayers to suggest that this hole in the night sky might actually be a cancerous tumor of nanites slowly consuming our universe. The idea of Grey Goo is already pretty crazy, but I think this idea might just be a little too crazy. The go-to answer for the Grey Goo scenario is that it'll simply just never happen. It's uncertain whether molecular manufacturing will ever be developed, but there are a few reasonable arguments for its feasibility. The most obvious being that life itself constantly does molecular manufacturing in the form of protein synthesis, so if evolution can do it, why can't we? Personally, I think the Grey Goo scenario is ridiculously inefficient, because in the end, it'd be more productive to just create stationary nanofactories fastened in vacuum-filled chambers, rather than develop the complex motion dynamics needed for these swarms of nanobots to carry the factories with them. These nanoscopic miracle workers will also be unlikely to fit supercomputers inside them, implying that the very existence of such small computers doesn't violate the laws of physics in the first place. Nanobots, as they're being currently developed by MIT, probably won't be the little AI robots that everyone expects them to be, but rather, they will be carefully designed biomechanical structures similar to enzymes or vectors. Such a nanopocalypse like the Grey Goo might still have energy constraints related to how fast it can spread, with natural obstacles and the lack of raw materials making continuous propagation difficult. Even Drexler himself argues that autoassemblers would be too inefficient for any practical manufacturing scenario. Furthermore, the Royal Society's 2004 report on nanoscience declares that the Grey Goo scenario would be very unlikely. There's still a debate today about whether or not Grey Goo is even practical, but for the sake of argument, let's just say Grey Goo is utterly impossible. With that said, even if Grey Goo was utterly impossible, it doesn't mean that nanotechnology won't still create other kinds of apocalyptic weapons. This is the idea of red goo, or nanoweapons, and it's not too far from the idea of the bioweapons we are already familiar with. Nanotechnology theorist Robert Freitas coined the term aerovores, otherwise known as grey dust, to illustrate the dangers of nanotech-based weapons. Aerovores would essentially be artificial plankton, airborne cyber microbes, or seabed replicators programmed to secrete molecules. These molecules would be designed to ravage the ecology of a rival country's coastline, release gases that would blot out their sunlight, or even poison their water. The efficiency of nanotechnology could also allow for uranium enrichment centrifuges that anyone could build in their basement.
What we are concerned about is next generation enrichment technologies that are smaller, more energy efficient, and easier to conceal, and those do present greater proliferation risks, and we're not the only ones to say so.
Even just basic nanofactories would be extremely subversive. For example, consider the US military's new F-35 fighter jet. It weighs 60,000 pounds, cost $89.2 million to make, but 99% of its weight comes from scrap stainless steel, which is only $1 a pound. So with even the most basic nanomanufacturing technology, we could potentially make the same $90 million fighter jet for just 1,000th of the cost. This would mean that whichever country develops this technology first would have 1,000 times the strength of a country using conventional manufacturing. On top of that, if you apply the AI from self-driving cars, you could have single soldiers directing legions of these fighter jets at unsuspecting civilians. Furthermore, another type of nanomanufacturing called diamandoid mechanosynthesis could potentially make the jets out of diamond to make them even cheaper, lighter, and faster. Mechanosynthesis could also be used for just regular foot soldiers. If you want to take over a country, simply just send in a few troops with aggregated diamond nanorod armor 250 times stronger than steel and 10 times lighter. You could conquer the world without even a fight, because enemy bullets would just bounce off your invincible soldiers. The atomic precision of nanofactories would allow us to produce batteries with extremely high energy densities, and create cars with motors as powerful as an aircraft carrier. Granted, all this isn't as scary as the Grey Goose scenario, but it could lead to something pretty close. Because the nanobots don't have to be that small. Even just mosquito-sized drones built by mechanosynthesis could wreak social havoc and even carry out anonymous assassinations. These stealthy bug bots will be flying unobstructed into the Pentagon to steal nuclear secrets, or even into the White House, injecting lethal payloads of venom into political targets. These machines would also be untraceable by detectives, because they could self-detonate after finishing their mission. You wouldn't be able to shoot at them because they'd be too small, and they would just fly from village to village, committing rapid genocide. Nuclear weapons might have the power to kill millions with the press of a button, but nanotech could kill billions with the wave of a hand. I think it's only a matter of time until Hollywood cranks out a disaster movie about nanoweapons. That is, if they haven't already ramped up the nanite scare in movies like Transcendence. However, many people don't believe that the over-dramatized argument of red goo is a good reason to ban research on mechanosynthesis. One obvious reason that we will likely have nanotechnology to control other nanotechnology. Failsafes that we'd call blue goo. If only a nanite can kill a nanite, then we could have specific kinds of nanites meant to hunt down and kill destructive nanites as a kind of global immune system. But keep in mind that whoever controls this blue goo will certainly be a totalitarian world power that could mold society to their will. This is because nanotechnology is to physical reality as computer programming is to virtual reality. And if the wrong dictator develops autoassemblers first, then you will very likely be living in someone else's reality. This opens up another dystopian scenario, where countries compete to see who can develop counter-nanites quicker through a kind of arms race. The first nation to develop anything remotely close to primitive nanoweapons will likely become the next global superpower. A nanotech arms race would be inevitable because, just as with AI, anyone knows that a country with nanofactory capabilities would utterly annihilate any country without them. Drexler calls this idea the leading force, and it's a kind of power asymmetry hundreds of degrees higher than the British conquering the Zulus with Gatling guns. Not even nuclear weapons will be able to stop nanoweapons, because it only takes one surviving nanofactory to rebuild the other nanoreplicators that were destroyed. Think of, say, the T-1000 from the movie Terminator 2, where the only way to stop nanosoldiers would be to do things like drop them into a volcano. With that said, perhaps the best solution would be to just ban nanotechnology research. A solution to the problems of blue goo could be mass surveillance, with a utility fog-based technology called angel netting, to enforce a worldwide ban on nanotechnology through a global government. But in that case, you might as well just use the book 1984 as an instruction manual. However, the worst thing about nanofactories is the fact that you can't see them with a naked eye, meaning it might be impossible to have an effective ban on it. Even if we could enforce a moratorium on nanites, outlawing the technology will only push it further underground, and thus, more in the hands of people who don't know what they're doing. Given all these scenarios, what would be our place in such a society? a world where us humans are so easily sidelined by the constant reprogramming of reality. Overall, I don't think we should outlaw it. Instead, we should adapt to it. Every technology will bring out new problems, and it'll be up to us to develop new solutions. Technology itself is neither good nor evil. It's a matter of research and mastery. When we first discovered fire, it was also very dangerous. It burned us, destroyed our homes, and even killed us. But once we were able to build alarms, fire departments, sprinklers in office buildings, and institutions that educate children to stop, drop, and roll, then suddenly we were no longer afraid of it. So no, we shouldn't ban nanotechnology, but rather become nanotechnology. Maybe double down on the aspects of it that could potentially allow us to upload human minds. It's clear from what we've discussed here today that there will be no possible method to stop the extinction of humanity, and the moment the first nanoweapon is developed, we can consider it done. The only thing we humans can do is adapt, to prioritize the evacuation of our minds from these vulnerable meatbag bodies, so that when the day nanoweapons arrive, they won't find any humans left to eradicate. Because said humans will all exist as data in the cloud. We won't need to fear nanobots, because if done right, we can be the nanobots. The solution I'm talking about is transhumanism, the process of replacing our brain cells with prosthetics one by one until we have a fully mechanical body from which digital copies can be made. After we do this, nanoweapons will be unable to harm us because we will have copies of our minds in orbital satellites, other planets, and even make copies in the nanobots themselves. It's an idea called neurotechnology, the ability to manipulate electronic signals in our brains, and developing this technology should be the first goal of whatever nanites we build. These so-called neurobots could be the key to uploading our thoughts, and create a world where anyone could download your mind and you could download theirs. Uploaded humans would be able to read and replicate the memories of other uploaded humans, making all knowledge instantly available and creating world peace. Following transhumanism, there'd be the idea of posthumanism, where we merge all our minds into one so that there won't even be an enemy to use nanoweapons on. Because the posthuman would be the world's only single citizen. But make no mistake, all this will be a race against time to develop the first neurobots before we develop the first nanobots. And considering that the military directs most of scientific research, it'll be a milestone easier said than done. But if we concentrate our efforts, it'll bring us one step closer to becoming the universe. Molecules, the basic building blocks of life, setting the limits for what we can and can't create. But since we only have a very small amount of molecules to play with, our innovation is restrained, and our technology is limited. The limits of our building blocks mean the limits of our world. For centuries, we've known how to combine elements to make substances like bronze, steel, and plastic. But now, we're entering an age where scientists are able to work on the atomic level, to manipulate the very atoms of these materials and create new tools to revolutionize the world we live in. What this could mean for us is the arrival of artificial muscles, bulletproof skin, and even wearable electronics. The atomic precision of nanotechnology will allow the mass production of ultra-strong and ultra-light materials, indestructible cars, indestructible fighter jets, indestructible spacecraft, and perhaps indestructible people. Creations like these can be made from what we call nanomaterials. The mere mention of nanomaterials in industrial manufacturing evokes a world of possibility. Even though most nanomaterials are made of carbon, the way this carbon is organized gives it properties that are superior to natural materials. In this decade, there's been a popular trend for biologists like Aubrey de Grey, Bill Andrews, and Shin Kubota to promote the research of immortality for humans. But that won't be real immortality, because not all death comes from disease. For example, accidents are the fourth largest cause of death in the United States alone, so the immortalists won't necessarily save you from death. Biological beings are simply just too vulnerable. However, in the future, infusing our bodies with technology like carbon nanotubes would allow us to survive all sorts of accidents and physical trauma, granting us not just immortality, but indestructibility Likewise, you can get pretty creative with body armor. Today, the United States Special Operations Command, aka SOCOM, has developed a prototype for a lightweight suit they call the Talos, which uses super flexible liquid body armor incorporating non-Newtonian fluids that can be both a liquid and a solid at the same time. The armor contains sacs of this fluid, which can transform into a solid within milliseconds of contact, hardening the moment it's subjected to any sudden force, be it from a bullet, electrical current, or a magnetic field. Likewise, the first thing that comes to mind at the mention of synthetic materials is, of course, Kevlar. Kevlar body armor has twice the tensile strength of steel, using twisted molecules woven into nanothreads, and those threads woven into sheets. But since bullets are getting faster and bigger, Kevlar alone won't save you from mass shootings. Banning guns won't necessarily accomplish anything either, so maybe the way to get around this problem is to just create armor that can break those bullets into smaller pieces. This is accomplished using ceramics like alumina oxide, silicon carbide, or extremely dense boron carbide, layered above the Kevlar so that they can break up the bullets and let the fabric catch the fragments. However, the problem with ceramic armor is that it's one use only. It can stop one bullet, but it won't be able to stop another bullet that hits the same place. This sounds great and all, but nanomaterials can take this to a whole new level. Using strong synthetic materials like graphene, diamine, carbon nanofibers, carbon nanotubes, aggregated diamond nanorods, diamandoid, and of course, metamaterials. These substances make it very clear that the first nation to develop molecular manufacturing will most certainly become the next military superpower, with citizens that can do unconceivable things, like become invisible, breathe water, walk on walls, and most importantly, deflecting bullets with their skin. First, perhaps graphene would be an even better alternative than Kevlar. Graphene is a sheet of carbon 1 atom thick that can create the technology of your wildest dreams. It's a kind of miracle material so strong that you can put an elephant on a pencil, place that pencil on a single atom thick sheet of graphene, and the sheet will not break. Graphene was first discovered back in 2004, made by stripping graphite into single layers of atoms, meaning that you could refine it and pack 1 million layers of graphene into one bulletproof vest, and have that vest still only be 1 millimeter thick. However, we don't have a graphene bulletproof vest just yet, because right now, it would be insanely expensive to make. So scientists have to get all this data by firing gold bullets at nanoscopic sheets of graphene and quantitatively extrapolating the results into the macro world. If we do ever find a cheap way to manufacture graphene, it would not just mean the end of mass shootings, but the very viability of guns as harmful weapons would be challenged. But it doesn't stop there. There's actually an even more interesting version of graphene called diamine, which is as flexible as plastic wrap, but when pressure is applied, becomes hard like a diamond. A study published in the journal Nature Nanotechnology, led by the Advanced Science Research Center at the City University of New York, has found a new way to turn graphene into a diamond-like material at room temperature, giving it both the properties of graphene and bulk diamond. With a tensile strength 345 times stronger than steel, this diamond-graphene transition only works with exactly 2 layers of graphene, so when more sheets were added, the hardening effect didn't happen. Additionally, researchers at Shanghai Jiao Tong University have made another 2-dimensional material called stannine, outlining a process to align tin atoms into the same honeycomb pattern that graphene has, supported by a substructure of bismuth telluride. It's not as strong as graphene, but it does manage to conduct electricity without wasting so much energy creating heat. Graphene and diamine are pretty strong, but expanding on the structure, we also have carbon nanofibers, cylindric nanostructures where many layers of graphene are arranged as stacked cones, cups, or plates, rather than sheets. We've known about nanofibers for a while, it's just that they're too expensive to make things out of, so companies instead turn to plastics. However, all this might just change. Recently, scientists from George Washington University have figured out how to pull nanofibers out of thin air using a low-energy system that converts atmospheric carbon dioxide into industrial quantities of nanofibers. To do this, scientists passed an electrical current through a salt solution and were able to synthesize nanofibers on the surface of electrodes. The procedure overall converts CO2 into nanofibers and oxygen at a rate of about 10 grams per hour, and given the fact that we have a limitless supply of CO2 in our atmosphere, industrial scale-up might just be possible. The best part about this process is that it not only creates oxygen as a byproduct, but that the nanofibers themselves are biodegradable, potentially offering us a future where we can replace plastic with a stronger and cleaner material. But it doesn't stop there, because we can also make nanomaterials even stronger than carbon fiber by shaping this graphene into layered tubes. This brings us to carbon nanotubes, a material more flexible, more durable, and even a better conductor than most nanomaterials. Carbon nanotubes have less defects than carbon fibers, mostly because they're way smaller in both their single-walled and multi-walled forms. This is because they differ with regard to the cone angle between the graphite basal planes and the tube axis, with nanofibers losing the concentrical structure, making them more disordered and less oriented. In a new study, published in the journal Nanoletters, researchers at East China University have finally used these fabled carbon nanotubes to create a material film stronger than any carbon fiber material we've ever made before. Their new material measures at an average of 9.6 gigapascals, with carbon fiber being at 4. It's just as good at stopping bullets as the previous materials are, but nanotubes have the potential to do so much more. Using their high tensile strength, the most ambitious dream of futurists is the exploration of space. But given the fact that it takes $10,000 to put a pound of anything into low Earth orbit, we will require a cheaper way of achieving gravitational escape velocity. Lucky for us, the huge tensile strength of carbon nanotubes holds the promise of creating what's called a space elevator. A long cable strung between a geostationary satellite and an Earth-based station, allowing astronauts to haul building materials into low Earth orbit very cheaply. So far, no material on Earth has been able to create a cable strong enough to survive the tidal forces of the Earth's gravity. But nano-engineers from Beijing's Tsinghua University say they've finally developed a carbon nanotube cable light enough and strong enough to survive the tidal forces holding us back from making a space elevator. The researchers claim that a single one of their cables would be able to haul the equivalent of 160 elephants before finally reaching its breaking point. Dr. Wang Changqing, a scholar of space elevator technology at Northwestern Polytechnical University, told the China Morning Post that these nanomaterials could very well be a monumental breakthrough in the history of our species, because it would mean that we'd no longer have to construct rockets to get something into space. We could simply just construct our spacecraft in low Earth orbit without wasting energy on escape velocity. Carbon nanotubes could very well make the colonization of space more than a childish pipe dream, hoping to one day make space travel as cheap as a plane ticket. The next nanomaterial, diamond nanorods, also called aggregated hyperdiamonds, are the hardest, most dense, and least compressible material we know of, with a hardness and Young's modulus comparable to that of natural diamond. This material is made up of tiny interlocking diamond crystals rather than one single structure, making it more resistant to the temperature and pressure changes that tend to break regular diamonds. Today, we can prepare them synthetically as polycrystalline or nanocrystalline aggregates, joined together from, say, 10 nanometer wide diamond grains using high temperature, high pressure conditions. These diamond nanostructures can eventually be scaled up to macrostructures as well. For example, researchers from Yanshan University in China took some fullerite powder, layered carbon nanoparticles like onions, and then subjected them to high pressures, arranging them into pairs only 5 nanometers wide. While nanofibers can withstand 7 gigapascals, and carbon nanotubes can withstand 9.8 gigapascals, this new diamond structure was able to withstand up to 200 gigapascals, a pressure equivalent to 1.9 million times the Earth's atmosphere. Temperature-wise, it can also withstand 1056 degrees Celsius, which is about 200 degrees higher than natural diamonds can stand. The smaller the grain that these aggregates are joined from, the harder material you will get. While the technology is still in its infancy, it can have many industrial applications in aerospace engineering, mining, auto manufacturing, and perhaps even medicine. Any kind of diamond nanorod armor made from this material is a long ways away, since we'll need to find a cheaper way to produce it. It might be hard to believe, but there's an even more sophisticated material we could synthesize. Diamondoid, also known as nanodiamond, adamant, or condensed adamantanes. and this material is not naturally occurring in any way, shape, or form. In chemistry, diamandoids are defined as variants of the carbon cage molecule known as adamantane, the smallest possible cage structure of the diamond crystal lattice, which can potentially be expanded into even more cages. Nano-engineer Eric K. Drexler is known for popularizing the term diamandoid to refer to materials made from these structures, hoping to construct them atomically rather than using any kind of chemical process. Conventionally, we think of diamonds as tough because of their molecular structure, where each carbon atom forms 4 covalent bonds with the carbon atoms around it into a tetrahedral crystal. But what makes regular diamonds so weak and brittle is that their structure has poor stability at high temperatures, since their atoms aren't ideally arranged. However, in the future, nanodiamond structures can potentially be built molecule by molecule into an ultra-stable lattice using molecular manufacturing, which would give us the strongest and least compressible carbon material we could possibly construct. The structures theorized by Drexler would be even stronger than aggregated diamond nanorods, creating ultra-stable lattices of 3D networked covalent bonds formed from first and second period atoms with a valence of 3 or more. The surface of pure diamond has a hardness value of 168 gigapascals when scratched with a nanodiamond tip, while the diamandoid sample itself has a value of 310 gigapascals when tested with the same nanodiamond tip. Unfortunately, we don't yet have the nanomachines to build them atom by atom into more complex structures. However, we have created smaller diamandoid structures over 2 nanometers in diameter, as well as a compound called superadamantane, which could technically be thought of as a diamandoid construct of approximately 5.6 times 10 to the negative 22 grams, but any armor made from this material is very theoretical with present technology. Last but not least, we have metamaterials, synthetic composite structures that exhibit new optical properties not found in natural materials. Rather than being super hard or super strong, metamaterials are known for their unconventional abilities, like preventing waves of electromagnetic radiation from scattering after contact. In other words, invisibility. You might be all too familiar with the concept of optical cloaking, thanks to the movie Predator, the Indominus Rex from Jurassic World, or the Klingon and Romulan ships from Star Trek. Surprisingly, some metamaterials can reroute electrical waves around an object through what's called negative refraction, giving us a kind of optical illusion that you could call cloaking. 50 years ago, Russian physicist Viktor Vizelago predicted the existence of metamaterials as part of an emerging field of nanotechnology. And now, that vision is finally starting to come true. Scientists have now designed an ultra-thin material, about 80 nanometers in diameter, with brick-shaped gold antennas that counteract natural light distortion, so that any object behind them is hidden. Theoretically, you could adjust these gold antennas to make the reflected light look like any other object or any other background. The light-bending effect created by these metamaterials isn't quite transparent enough to get the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter, and right now, we can only use it to hide microscopic objects. So like the other nanomaterials, we'll need to find out how to scale it up before we could ever use this cloaking technology on larger objects, like soldiers. Overall, these 7 strange nanomaterials seem to exist in a kind of limbo between science fiction and science fact, to program reality in ways we can only begin to imagine. And frankly, we have no idea how they will change society. Drexler's enthusiasm for nanotechnology was picked up by the government in the form of the National Institute for Nanotechnology, and we can only hope that they decide to develop these nanomaterials, so that fatal car accidents and mass shootings will become a relic of a distant past. Molecules are nature's building blocks, but there are natural limitations to what we can do with them, given the confines of classical chemistry, where we can only play with what Mother Nature has given us. But molecular scale manufacturing can now give us the tools to accomplish our wildest dreams. Immortality, supercomputers, and an endless supply of clean water. And yes, discovering a single molecule can make a world of difference. In fact, historical periods have often been characterized by the materials that they were able to harness during that time. We have the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. A civilization is only as good as what it's built from. And today, we live in what you could call the Silicon Age, the Oil Age, and quite possibly, the Graphene Age. The term Graphene Age is not an exaggeration, because it's a material that could be so influential to society, future historians will use it to define the age in which we live.
What's going on here? Why is everything...
Graphene.
Everything is
Graphene.
in the future.
Oh, my... Impossible! He's lying!
Sci-fi author Neil Stephenson even coined the term Diamond Age to describe a future society where we'll be able to make everything from a single compound called diamandoid, manufactured by nanoscale machines. A so-called Diamond Age might be very far off, but a Graphene Age might just be feasible. Graphene is to our world what Mithril is to Middle-earth. Not only is it a durable material, but it also has quite a number of additional uses that would take you forever to list. Graphene could potentially replace silicon as the go-to material for our transistors and circuits. It could charge our electric cars in minutes, make unbreakable smartphone screens, build space elevators, create the base for new supercomputers, enable efficient solar cells, filter the salt from our seawater, clean up nuclear waste, and most importantly, biocompatible properties for technology that could extend our lifespans. Graphene elastomers are the FDA-approved, quote, safe material that we've always been searching for, making up the foundations of neural electrodes used in BCIs, coatings used for prosthetics, and brain-computer interfaces that could rescue us from the shackles of aging. For those who haven't heard of it yet, graphene is an allotrope of carbon first discovered about a decade ago. It can even be found scattered in the graphite of your pencil. But recently, we realized that it was kind of a wonder material with countless uses. Graphene itself is just a transparent 2D sheet of carbon only a single atom wide, and yet, it's one of the strongest materials known to humanity. You could stretch graphene by a quarter of its length, and because of its ultra-strong interatomic bonds, it'll still remain stiffer than diamond. In fact, you could take an elephant, balance it on a sharpened pencil, and then place that pencil on a sheet of graphene as thick as saran wrap. And, believe it or not, that sheet will not break. Today, we can even create graphene aerogels that are just 99.8% air, yet stronger than steel, as well as carbon nanotubes, where graphene is rolled up into layered cylinders, or fullerenes, which can be mixed in to strengthen other materials. Graphene is such a versatile material that you could put it into many different composites, making up things like body armor, skeletal enhancements, or bionic augmentations. It's not only strong, but it's also extremely light, which means we can make airplanes dramatically bigger, or just keep them regular sized, with dramatically reduced fuel cost. Graphene is also one of the most flexible materials known to humanity, which means we can make smart clothes, and even foldable desktop monitors that you could carry in your pocket. But it's not just the tensile strength and flexibility that make it useful. In fact, graphene's potential superconductivity could also make the world brighter. A Canadian-based company called Graphene Lighting developed a light bulb containing filament-shaped LED-coated graphene that could conduct heat and electricity more efficiently than a traditional LED light bulb. This is because carbon atoms in graphene are densely packed into a two-dimensional hexagonal pattern we call a benzene ring, which creates ultra-stable bonds and free electrons, an unobstructed particle flow that gives graphene its conductive characteristics. And as we mentioned earlier, graphene also has high biocompatibility, which means it could be used in biomedical applications like implants, brain-computer interfaces, and cell grafts that could extend our lifespans. For example, if you have a damaged eye, the biocompatibility of graphene transistors could let us create a mesh that interacts with your optic nerve, helping to send image data to your occipital lobe and visual cortex. The list goes on. From medical scanners to bulletproof vests, spacecraft, batteries, quantum computers, and even DNA sequencers. A material that will revolutionize every industry in the modern age. So, if graphene is so great, then why aren't we funding it? And why isn't it everywhere? Well, mainly because graphene is hard to isolate, and its synthesis is very difficult because it consumes valuable resources, making it one of the most expensive materials to manufacture. So with that said, why should we believe all this hype about graphene? Will it ever be practical, and could we ever enter a graphene age? Well, I wouldn't give up hope just yet, because we've only just recently discovered it. It's been hidden in plain sight longer than you can imagine. In fact, all you need is a pencil and some scotch tape, and you can even manufacture tiny flakes of graphene yourself. After all, the graphite of your pencil is really just tiny flakes of graphene piled up. So we know graphene can take many different shapes. It's just a matter of how we synthesize it on an industrial scale. This is a material that physicists originally thought would be impossible to make, since thermodynamic fluctuations would curl it up. However, two scientists at Manchester University figured out that this wasn't the case. A team led by Dr. Andrei Geim and Dr. Konstantin Novoselov were the first to isolate one-atom-thick flakes of graphene using a repetitive shaving process centered on tape. Even though the amounts they got were very, very small, it still won them the Nobel Prize in 2010. The process was incredibly expensive, but fortunately, graphene production has gotten somewhat cheaper since then. The key to a graphene age is overcoming problems of synthesis. The modern techniques we use to exfoliate graphene rely heavily on aggressive oxidation, high-energy mixing, or sonication, none of which are very efficient. Currently, there are 3 conventional ways we can make it. First, mechanical exfoliation, a labor-intensive process where we press graphene into one-atom-thick sheets, thinning graphite with a smooth silicon substrate and peeling it off layer by layer. Which, you guessed it, sounds very inefficient and uneconomical. Second, there's chemical reduction, which produces substandard quality of graphene. Not to mention it produces toxic chemical byproducts that would wreak havoc on the environment. Third, there's chemical vapor deposition, where we heat a copper substrate in a furnace at 1000 degrees Celsius, annealing and tempering the substrate while introducing methane and hydrogen gas so that the carbon atoms get captured. It forms a continuous one-atom thick sheet, but this process isn't ideal either. But recently, scientists have discovered a 4th way to manufacture graphene, and it's cheaper than the previous 3 methods. A team of physicists from Kansas State University, led by Dr. Chris Sorensen, have patented a new process to produce graphene by the gram extremely efficiently, using only hydrocarbon gas, oxygen, and a spark plug. It's made by putting acetylene or ethylene gas in a chamber, introducing oxygen to that chamber, and timing a contained detonation in which the spark plug will create flakes of graphene in bulk. More interestingly, this groundbreaking process was discovered by accident as a byproduct when the team was working with carbon suit aerosol gels. Dr. Sorensen's method is interesting, but it doesn't produce pure graphene. It only creates an oxidized version of the material, which doesn't perform as well in intended applications. To solve this problem, another team at the University of Connecticut, led by chemistry professor Doug Adamson, has figured out how to even more efficiently synthesize graphene in its pure unoxidized form. Their method, published in the journal ACS Nano, described a process where we place graphene in an interface of oil and water, cover the interface, and then trap overlapping graphene sheets while locking them in place with plastics and cross-linked polymers. In fact, another study, published in the journal Nature Communications, describes an even simpler process where we heat soybean oil to 800 degrees Celsius on a nickel foil, causing carbon atoms to arrange into a one-atom thick sheet, and cutting the production costs of chemical vapor deposition almost tenfold. But this process still has a ways to go. The largest graphene sheet we've created thus far was only the size of a credit card. If all else fails, there's always PECVD, or plasma-assisted chemical vapor deposition, a new cutting-edge method for graphene synthesis, where we take a piece of copper, introduce it to hydrogen plasma and cyanide radicals, clean off the copper oxide, pump in methane gas, separate the hydrogen, and then have the copper take up the carbon atoms from the methane, nucleating them into graphene. In general, it seems that every few months, a new method for synthesizing graphene is developed, dropping the manufacturing price $1 at a time. Back in 2008, graphene was one of the most expensive materials on Earth. But now, companies have started selling it in increasingly cheaper and larger quantities. Graphene production overall has grown from 12 tons in 2009 to over 390 tons last year, and climbing. Seeing some hope of graphene's industrial practicality, scientists are now taking the first step to actually delivering on all the hype surrounding graphene's endless applications, including but not limited to graphene clothing, thanks to its hydrophobic properties, limitless clean energy, thanks to its vibratory properties, superconductors, thanks to its valence of 4 and sp2 hybridization, and lastly, limitless clean water, thanks to its porous honeycomb structure. Firstly, we have graphene-based clothing, which, while still being very expensive, does exist commercially. Some graphene-based clothing lines are already available on the market. In fact, apparel startup company Volleback just released the world's first $695 futuristic graphene jacket, with a high-stretch nylon coating on one side and a layer of graphene on the other. This makes the jacket waterproof, snow-resistant, and yet breathable like cotton. When the reversible jacket is worn with the graphene facing inward, it evenly redistributes heat from your body, keeping you warm during the winter while resisting humidity and stickiness in the summer. The jacket won't stink or smell because the bacteria on your skin can't grow on graphene. Likewise, since water runs impermeably off the jacket, sweat can still evaporate out of it. The nylon keeps the water off the jacket, yet the graphene lets water run through it. Additionally, graphene-based clothing can be pretty tough. Silk spun by graphene-fed spiders is now officially one of the strongest fabrics on Earth. A new study published in the journal 2D Materials showed how adding graphene and carbon nanotubes to a spider's drinking water can make it 5 times stronger than conventional silk. This means that body armor made from graphene silk would be on par with the likes of pure carbon fiber and Kevlar vests. Another emerging application of graphene could very well be in clean, limitless, renewable energy. Scientists from the University of Arkansas studied the movement of graphene under a scanning tunneling microscope, not only finding Brownian motion, but also larger movements of the molecules within the graphene sheet itself. While this motion is very tiny, it could potentially be a source of harvestable energy. And with a graphene sheet 10 microns across, the researchers were able to generate 10 microwatts of power continuously without loss. This essentially means that one day, we could replace the concept of batteries by creating something called a vibration energy harvester, where a negatively charged layer of graphene between 2 electrodes could produce an alternating current. Imagine all the things we could do if we never had to replace a battery again. Electric cars could be useful for more than 5 years. Smartphones would be more convenient, and handheld gadgets would work almost like magic, letting us send, receive, and store information powered solely by the heat of room temperature. Granted that it can be produced efficiently enough, graphene would also technically be an endless resource. With carbon being the 4th most abundant material of space, it's not like we'll be running low on it anytime soon. Not only is graphene a strong, wearable, energy-generating material, it can also be made into a superconductor, conducting electricity 140 times faster than silicon, and conducting heat 10 times better than copper. How can this be? Well, while regular graphite comes in flakes that give its electrons lots of directions they can go in, flat organized sheets of graphene can create an even larger surface where the electrons can skate around. This is because the carbon atoms of graphene have a valence of 4, allowing them to self-organize into a flat plane we call sp2 hybridization. It seems simple enough, but here's the big kicker. The non-bonded 4th electron of each carbon atom can actually be pooled together on the surface, in a kind of superhighway, speeding around the sheet at the speed of light and giving the carbon atoms superconductive capacities. Thanks to these miraculous properties, we could potentially have an electric car polymer battery that travels 500 miles in one charge, or even ultra-fast photonic chips that run on light rather than electricity, an idea we call optical computing. These properties would help us create a wireless world where no computers have cables, and Wi-Fi upload speeds are ridiculously fast. Additionally, scientists at Florida International University found that graphene could even become naturally magnetic at the atomic level. By manipulating the spinning electrons of carbon atoms, the team was able to turn the graphene into a one-atom thick magnet with potential applications in data storage. But that's not all. Because of graphene's 97% transparency to visible light, another use is in touchscreens. Electrical conductivity is necessary so the device can actually sense your fingertip, and it has to be transparent so you can see what you're doing. Graphene does both of these things astronomically well, and the material we use right now, indium tin oxide, is a good conductor, but it's expensive and brittle. Overall, you can see how a material that carries heat and charge seamlessly could be very handy. Because even with good conductors like copper, much of the electricity is lost to resistance, where it's converted into heat. However, graphene, a semiconductor in its natural state, can also become what's called a superconductor. By definition, superconductors don't generate heat, meaning they'd conduct flawlessly and have a zero-loss carrying capacity when delivering electricity. Scientists were able to achieve superconductive abilities in graphene by doping the material with calcium atoms. These graphene supercapacitors, produced by Skeleton Technologies, are now available for industrial power applications. But it doesn't stop there. Microprocessors built with superconductive graphene wires could potentially replace silicon and extend the life of Moore's Law, since we can only make silicon chips so small until they melt. Unlike a silicon chip, a graphene chip would not melt at the nanoscopic scale, and while we don't have graphene computing just yet, some graphene-based conductors are already being applied in a research setting. Recently, scientists at the Samsung Corporation, in collaboration with Seoul National University, found a way to synthesize graphene into beads with silicon dioxide, allowing them to increase their battery capacity by 45% and their charging speeds by 500%. Comparatively, Samsung's graphene batteries would only have about 12 minutes of charge time in comparison to an hour-long charge time for conventional lithium-ion batteries. If that's not amazing enough already, an even more groundbreaking study describes a method for making a graphene superconductor at room temperature. If we could make graphene into a superconductor in its natural state, it could potentially pave the way for, you guessed it, quantum computers. In the study, scientists used two graphene layers on top of one another, twisted at the perfect angle for conducting electrons with zero resistance. We already have quantum computing, but the superconductors we use for them only work at temperatures close to absolute zero, and the warmest superconductor temperature we have so far is only around -140 degrees. So, if we could make a room temperature superconductor, then could we ever have quantum computers? It probably won't be anytime soon, but that doesn't mean we can't develop other kinds of graphene-based computing. In fact, just last year, one of the first integrated graphene electronics chips has been produced commercially and marketed to pharmaceutical researchers by Nanomedical Diagnostics, a company based in San Diego. Scientists are very excited by the possibility of using graphene to replace silicon, not just because the electrons move faster, but also because they're subjected to less noise, as the molecular structure allows them to move from one side of the sheet to the other without having to detour around atomic potholes. But don't get too excited. All this is still at the research stage. It'll be at least another decade before we see graphene transistors rolled out into widely used electronics. Last but definitely not least, there's graphene filtration. Not only can graphene help us build fast-charging batteries, computer clothing, and superconducting transistors, it can also help to extend our life expectancy. One of the biggest problems in the future will be getting clean water to the 12 billion people projected to live on this planet by the end of the century. By the year 2050, water consumption will have grown by 40%, and a significant portion of the world's population will not have access to it. Over half of these people will be in Africa, where water is still the most difficult to get. According to the World Health Organization, horrifying statistics show that at least 2 billion people around the world are also using drinking water contaminated with feces, transmitting diarrheal diseases like cholera, dysentery, typhoid, and polio. A simple filtration device would do wonders for life extension, since over 500,000 people die every year just from drinking contaminated water. While the Earth's surface may already be 71% water, 97% of it comes from the planet's oceans. So if we want more water, we'll need to pull the salt out of it in order to make it drinkable. So far, The only solution we have is an industrial-scale process called reverse osmosis, where pressure is applied to salt water to push H2O into low salinity zones. Through reverse osmosis, the country of Israel is able to get 1/4 of its fresh water from the Mediterranean Sea, but it doesn't come cheaply. However, it's only this expensive because pumping water through plastic membranes uses a lot of our energy. But if we could replace these plastic membranes with graphene sheets, then we could potentially reduce the energy needed for reverse osmosis, and thus filter salt water more cheaply. Using computer models, researchers at MIT believe we can now build a filter using hydroxy-decorated nanometer-scale graphene pores, just wide enough to allow H2O molecules from seawater to pass through. The honeycomb-like structure of graphene creates a kind of net that only allows small molecules, as well as electrons, protons, and various ions to travel through, while blocking larger molecules. More research published in the journal Nanotechnology shows a prototype for a graphene oxide-based sieve membrane that can filter out the giant salt molecules. This solution means that we might not only be looking at industrial water filter plants, but potentially tiny filtration systems in every home. Every family could have water free of Illuminati mind control drugs, or whatever else you believe to be lurking in your tap water.
We're breaking the conditioning! Ah!
This goes especially for the city of Flint, Michigan, which has a well-known contamination problem with lead in their drinking water. Graphene filters won't only filter water though. In fact, they would allow for the storage, separation, and purification of any small gas, liquid, or pharmaceutical you can think of. A good nanofilter system holds the promise of creating carbon capture plants that can deconstruct CO2 from the atmosphere, catch radioactive waste particles, and even extract the 20 million tons of gold particles floating around our oceans. A graphene filter plant that catches gold could help pay off the United States' $20 trillion debt. Also, consider energy. There's more lithium and uranium dissolved in our ocean water than is thought to be presently available on land, meaning an endless supply of nuclear power plant fuel and electric car batteries is hidden in our coastlines. Most importantly, graphene filters might also help us extract industrial quantities of xenon to accelerate laser technology and deep space exploration. The dense noble gas we call xenon is the preferred propellant for NASA ion drives, since its inert atomic properties make it less corrosive to ion engines than cesium fuel. The only problem is that we have so little xenon in reserve that if NASA were to use it for just one space mission, they'd be using up about 10% of the global annual production rate for xenon. Fortunately for us, though, xenon is naturally occurring in the Earth's atmosphere, and if we could design nanostructures small enough, we could passively harvest trace amounts of its gigantic atoms. Instead of needing to compress xenon, which is energetically expensive, we might be able to design walls or surfaces where the atoms can stick to. If we were able to tailor the size of the pores within the lattice, we might be able to construct a very selective filter to extract anything we want. The nanotechnology startup, Numat, founded by Dr. Ben Hernandez and Dr. Omar Farha, is already trying to do something like this, where they plan to combine graphene filters and MOF filters to catch xenon gas. MOFs, or metal organic frameworks, are essentially Brita filters on steroids. Open cage structures similar to graphene in the sense that they can filter selective kinds of molecules. But again, don't get too excited, because creating these filters won't be simple. The map is not the territory. What happens on small-scale micropatches of graphene in the lab and a football field-sized sheet of graphene in an industrial filter plant is a world of difference. In conclusion, graphene technology will drive innovation in almost every industry to inconceivable heights. We might truly see the graphene age within our lifetimes. It's just a matter of how fast we can accelerate the industrial scale-up. While graphene extraction may seem impractical because of purity issues, don't forget that we had the exact same problems in the silicon industry a century ago. And yet now, silicon is in all our electronics. With the potential to create anything from bionics to advanced supercomputers, graphene is truly the material of tomorrow. Turns out that the key to a future without aging, pollution, and drought isn't impossible after all. It was inside your pencil all along. Can we live long enough to see the singularity? For those who haven't already heard, there's this idea floating around that the exponential progress of technology will reach a point where humanity as we know it can no longer continue. In other words, a future period where humans will have merged with machines and gained immortality in the process. So, if you yourself are looking for immortality, then all you'd have to do is survive for long enough until this happens. Because at this point, the rate of emerging technologies in genetics, cybernetics, and nanotech will come to give the appearance of a vertical curve, what futurists call a spike, or singularity. Singularity is essentially a term borrowed from the black hole event horizon, where it's impossible to ever see what's on the other side of the curve. The same applies for the curve of emerging technologies, which are being developed at such accelerating rates that we can no longer predict what kind of society it will lead to. Perhaps they'll lead to superintelligence, space exploration, or as transhumanists have suggested, eternal life. People who support this are commonly called life extensionists. American founding father Benjamin Franklin was one of the first to suggest that at some point, all diseases, including aging, will inevitably be cured by science. This isn't an exaggeration. In the past year, business accelerators like Y Combinator have been financing the first so-called longevity startups in Silicon Valley. Tech giants like Google and Apple creating anti-aging subdivisions have also become a thing. In fact, the richest man in the world, Jeff Bezos, has partnered with the Mayo Clinic to do human studies on reversing aging, while billionaire Peter Thiel has now donated $7 million to the SENS Foundation. Currently, the average human life expectancy is increasing at a rate of about 5 hours per day, and once medical technology becomes good enough to give us 24 hours per day, then we will have effectively reached immortality. Now, your instinctive reaction to this is probably to respond with the argument that living forever would be boring, but I'd challenge that notion. Because new experiences are being invented faster than we can consume them. So would it even be possible for you to get bored? When we look at examples of people in real life, they don't actually seem to run out of things to do. Maybe because we live in an infinite universe with infinite possibilities, and boredom is just a state of mind. I've never really understood this whole boredom argument, because if they assert that infinite life would be boring, then why are they ignoring the obvious fact that eternal death would be even more boring? Even then, the great thing about longevity is that if you ever get bored, you could always just kill yourself at any time. You don't have to live forever if you don't want to. Life extensionists tend to be fine with euthanasia, but emphasize the ethical imperative that we must also have reverse euthanasia, where people who don't want to die are actually given the choice not to. Some people in their 30s often say that they don't want to live past 90, but when they turn 90, many still want to live to 91. Death anxiety is really just part of human nature. People who say they plan on killing themselves before they get too old do an awful lot of talking, but no walking, which is why we need this option of life extension in case you change your mind. Deny it all you want, but anthropologists have pointed out that the desire for immortality is central to all human cultures. It's no accident that virtually all religions offer some account of an afterlife, because the human desire for self-overcoming is as ancient as humanity itself. Burial ceremonies and preserved fragments from religious writings show that prehistoric humans also were deeply disturbed by death. In fact, the oldest piece of writing in history, the Epic of Gilgamesh, tells the story of a king who devotes his entire life to seeking immortality, because he believes life would not be worth living otherwise. Upon learning that there exists a herb at the bottom of the sea which could grant one eternal life, he ventures out on a quest battling fearsome monsters to find it. Fast forward to the modern day, and nothing has changed. Even still, we are all Gilgamesh. Aging itself, categorically speaking, is technically a form of genetic affliction that we inherited from an outdated evolutionary mechanism. In the words of gerontologist Dr. Aubrey de Grey, aging is just another disease that can and should be cured. The only reason aging isn't being classified as a disease is simply because it happens to everybody. But that's not really a scientific reason to have this classification. There have been rallying cries from all over the scientific community to launch a quote-unquote Manhattan Project to cure aging, so that we can save as many people as possible. After all, people will look back in 100 years and wonder why we didn't work harder on anti-aging research, just as we look back 100 years ago and wonder why they didn't work harder on antibiotics and vaccines, which could have saved billions of lives had they been developed a few decades earlier. We don't know when this technological spike will occur, but computer scientist Ray Kurzweil estimates that it might very well be in the middle of this century. 2045 to be exact. So the question is, can we actually survive for that long? How can we push these meat bodies to their limits and buy ourselves as much time as possible? While I personally don't think we can cure all forms of biological aging, since cancer tends to correlate with longer lives, perhaps we won't have to cure aging to reach the singularity. We don't necessarily have to cure cancer either. All we'd have to do is slow down the decay of our bodies until 2045. So the question now becomes, how much can we slow down the aging process? What is the maximum number of years that we can possibly live? In religion, the biblical character Methuselah is said to have lived over 900 years old according to the Old Testament. However, many biblical scholars suggest that this is just a mistranslation, since the time scale in months might have accidentally been counted as years. In actuality, this would make Methuselah over 75, which was still an extraordinarily long life, given that the average life expectancy back then was barely above 30. In the modern day, the oldest person ever to live was the late Jean Calment, who lived to be an astounding 122 years old. So if we really tried, we might just be able to buy ourselves 12 decades worth of time. Perhaps the best way to slow the aging process would be to find out what causes it in the first place. One thing we could do is take the genomes of millions of old people and the genomes of millions of young people, and then have artificial intelligence analyze the difference to locate where aging takes place. So far, we've already found 60 genes involved in the aging process, and now all we need to do is find the proper molecules to activate or deactivate those genes. To sum up the past 25 years of gerontology research, we now know of 3 main biochemical pathways responsible for aging. One is called the AMPK pathway, which can be targeted by the drug metformin. Second, there's the sirtuin pathway, which can be targeted by resveratrol, NMN, caloric restriction, and nicotinamide riboside. Third, there's the mTOR pathway, which can be treated by the drug rapamycin. Gerontologists aren't exactly sure how much of aging each of these pathways are responsible for, so just to be safe, we're going to want to hit all 3. First, we have AMPK, which we've been able to manipulate using a diabetes drug called metformin. Studies of over 10,000 people have shown that those who take metformin are not only protected from diabetes, but also from heart disease, and really aging in general. While metformin is an FDA-approved drug, it's still illegal to prescribe it for aging, since aging isn't considered a disease. And that's a real shame, because there have been some very strong arguments from respected medical doctors to classify it as such. The minimum dose of metformin to get any significant benefit should be about 500 milligrams twice a day. However, it might just be better to take 250 milligrams of it 4 times a day to make sure it's in your body all the time. This might seem obvious, but exercise is also known for boosting AMPK, so if you aren't exercising every single day, then maybe it's time to start. These bodies were meant to be used, and if you don't use them, then they can trick your biochemistry into doing disastrous things. Next, we have the sirtuin pathway, discovered by Harvard aging scientists David Sinclair and Dr. Lenny Garante. It involves a set of 7 aging genes called the sirtuins, which affect cellular respiration, and thus affect aging. But there's a catch, because the sirtuins actually need a molecule called NAD in order to work. In fact, without NAD in your body, you're very likely to just drop dead right now, because it's the molecule that allows your cells to create energy. By the time you're middle-aged, your NAD levels will have dropped to about half of what you had in your 20s, and your rate of aging will begin to accelerate, unless, of course, you supplement with NMN. NMN is related to nicotinamide riboside, which is what creates the NAD that's so essential to the Krebs cycle. Dr. Garante has gotten the backing of several Nobel Prize winners and launched a drug called Basis, which is centered around NMN and nicotinamide riboside supplementation. Dr. David Sinclair, a colleague of Garante at Harvard, has famously stated that NAD is the closest we've ever gotten to the fountain of youth. He personally takes a gram of NMN every morning, along with half a gram of a drug called resveratrol, the famous compound in red wine. You may have heard about it through the media, but I assure you it has nothing to do with antioxidants. Rather, it's a molecule that greatly enhances the functioning of your sirtuin genes. Dr. Sinclair says to think of the human body like a car, where resveratrol is the acceleration pedal, and NMN is the fuel. Because without also taking NMN on the side, it'll be harder for resveratrol to control your epigenetics. The most scientifically sound thing you can do for your sirtuin pathway is either 1. Caloric restriction, or 2. Intermittent fasting. In terms of caloric restriction, a multi-decade-long study called the Madison Monkey Experiment was just finished 2 years ago, demonstrating that caloric restriction truly is the one scientifically confirmed method for extending lifespan in primates. More studies that followed also championed intermittent fasting, which is kind of like caloric restriction, but with the added benefit of giving your body a break from digesting all the time. Intermittent fasting means skipping breakfast, and even sometimes lunch if you're busy. But I'm pretty sure black coffee is still fine. It means compressing your feeding window to between 4 and 8 hours, and eating about 1 or 2 meals per day. This gives your body time to regenerate, to carry out autophagy, and to clear out xenolytic cells, what the media has nicknamed zombie cells. If you're younger, you probably don't have to worry about xenolytic cells, but if you're an older person, then the drug dasatinib and the nutrient quercetin just might be able to help. Older folks in the life extension community tend to take them about twice a year to purge senescent cells. But in general, the best thing about intermittent fasting is that it not only slows down aging, but it can also increase productivity by avoiding the lunch crash. It also makes it easier to do caloric restriction, because if you're only eating one 1,200 calorie meal per day, it'll minimize damage to your cellular respiration mechanisms. So, how do we know this'll work? Well, for starters, if you take a regular field mouse with a lifespan of 8 months, then you can double its lifespan by just putting it in a cage and taking care of it. The mouse will then live about 12 to 16 months, because you're helping it to avoid predators, disease, and starvation. Elizabeth Parrish, CEO of BioViva, calls this mouse squared. If you take that same mouse, you can double its lifespan again, from 26 to 30 months, simply by just putting it on a calorie restriction diet. She calls this mouse cubed. If you take that mouse and then use gene therapy to remove just one gene, IGF-1, or FGF21 in humans, then it'll manipulate the sirtuin pathway and again double the mouse's lifespan. This is mouse hypercubed, and it has the best likelihood of living to the singularity. Maybe we'll soon be seeing a kind of gene therapy treatment for proteins like FGF21, or at least some kind of CRISPR-Cas9 based gene editing technology that can edit our sirtuin genes. But I wouldn't gamble on it. The optimum for caloric restriction is to just eat about 40% of the calories that you'd normally eat, along with some of that metformin we mentioned earlier, which is a known appetite suppressor. Overall, caloric restriction is simply just under-eating without malnutrition, and it's not the kind of torturous starvation that people make it out to be. Lastly, we have the mTOR pathway, which can be targeted by a drug called rapamycin. While metformin, resveratrol, NMN, and NR aren't really dangerous, rapamycin occasionally could be, given the fact that it's also an immune suppressant. Rapamycin was originally approved by the FDA for preventing organ transplant rejection. But taking it just to hit the mTOR pathway is also going to put you at increased risk of infection, so I'd be extremely cautious with this one. Additionally, fasting doesn't only help the sirtuins, but it also boosts AMPK and suppresses mTOR. Not to mention it also improves bone marrow function and stem cell activity. Likewise, GDF11 might also be useful for this. It's related to the parabiosis startups in Silicon Valley, where rich old people are trying to infuse their bodies with the blood of young people, containing way more GDF11 than theirs does. It's currently being researched by Dr. Amy Wagers at Harvard, but it's only just 1 out of 700 proteins in young blood that might be responsible for the anti-aging effects. The effects on mTOR are still unknown. We should also probably recognize the process of free radical damage to our mitochondrial DNA. If the human body is like a car, as Dr. Sinclair suggests, then if you want to find out where aging takes place, look in the engine, because that's where you have the most moving parts, oxidation and combustion. Likewise, the engine of the human cell is the mitochondria, which are the first to be damaged by the aging process. You may have already heard that antioxidants help avoid this free radical damage, which is true, but it's still only a very small part of a much bigger problem. Overall, these are the 3 main pathways you should try and manipulate when extending life expectancy. I don't make any guarantee that we'll completely cure biological aging by the middle of the century, but we most certainly can slow it down, and there are many more ways to do this. For example, don't take opiates, don't do overly risky jobs, and get plenty of sleep every night. On that note, building muscle is essential for fat burning, so stick to the big 5, which are deadlifts, squats, presses, dips, and bench press. Isolation exercises, like bicep curls, are mostly just a waste of time. Another thing that can help you get leaner is the so-called Blue Zone diet, specifically the Mediterranean diet, or the Okinawa diet, practiced by populations with the highest life expectancy in the world. Another thing to look into is xenotransplantation research, which sounds a bit creepy, but it might just make or break your very existence. Xenotransplantation is essentially where we harvest pig hearts and then seed them with human stem cells, providing the functional equivalent of a human heart, since pig heart scaffolds are roughly the same size. Another way to do this is to create what's called human pig chimeras, which are essentially just regular pigs, but grow up with human organs thanks to embryo engineering. Transplanting these organs would give you a more natural analog to a human heart, given that donor hearts from other people are not immune compatible with your genes, while a pig heart grown with your stem cells definitely is. People will often make the argument that xenotransplantation is just science fiction, and that we shouldn't even bother trying to research it. However, at one point, heart transplants were science fiction too. People always thought that transplanting a heart was impossible, until 1976, where Dr. Christian Barnard performed the first heart transplant in Cape Town, South Africa. In the past, heart transplants were generally considered disgusting, ghoulish, and controversial, just as xenotransplantation is now. However, once we realize what's possible, it's likely that people will reconsider their position, as they always have in the past. So with that said, if we could transplant a heart, then could we ever transplant a head? I personally don't know, but we have accomplished it in cadavers, so who's to say that we won't ever try it on the living? The list of things you can do is endless. Some people take IGF-1, some do ketogenic diets, LDL analysis, testosterone replacement therapy, cryotherapy, or xenolytic therapy on the side. But don't just take my word for it. Go do all the research yourself. I personally think the website Fight Aging is a good place to start. In conclusion, I don't think our biological bodies are worth preserving, but aging still can and should be slowed down until we can replace them. Aging probably won't end in 2045, as Kurzweil suggests, but rather, we'll just keep replacing our organic bits one by one until aging just becomes irrelevant. So just like Gilgamesh, I wish you all the best in your quest to either live forever or die trying.